Hello, everyone. Welcome to LOCKBEARD Random Live number 77. Um, this one's really random. Was planning on watching Nikki's live, but it appears Nikki's in hospital, so we all hope she gets better. This one's called Freedom because obviously um, this is 4th of July weekend. Tomorrow's the actual holiday celebrating, gaining our independence. Unfortunately, we aren't as free as a lot of people seem to think we are in America. A lot of our liberties have been stolen by corrupt scumbag pieces of shit who pull the strings behind the politicians. Politicians don't really. Some of them are part of the big club, as George Carlin put it, but a lot of them are bought and paid for by a bunch of corrupt, rich piece of shit, scumbag, worthless assholes. Yeah, every last one of you fucks who get your way by using your money to control our politicians is a complete piece of shit. So fuck you. Um, I saw some people like saying fireworks shouldn't be allowed. Why the hell not? We gotta blow some shit up. If they take away our right to do that, man, well, just add it onto the pile of stuff we've lost freedom to do. Yeah, it's a fine line trying to prevent problems while maintaining liberty. Some people aren't willing to pay the price for liberty. There's a price. Sometimes bad shit's going to happen, but worse shit will happen if you take people's liberty away. So, yes, we should have fireworks. Yes, we should blow the fuck out of a lot of them. Yes, we should have weapons, and way more weapons than they allow us to have at this time. We should not have to register shit. That's bullshit. That's a way of controlling and tracking what you got. Look, there's problems with it. Of course, there's people are gonna say, well, there's this could happen, that could happen. Yeah, a lot of bad shit can happen. But when you take your goddamn guns away, you have shit like Nazi Germany in the 40s. That's what you have. You must be armed. Period. You can't. The fuck. I'm sick of people with their bullshit about taking people's guns away. Fuck all the way off with that shit. So see who's in chat. We got Mr. Lee. Welcome, Angel. Rex. Welcome. Jay Fritz. Thank you, Jay. Brandy. What's up? Explain my independence. Well, some people were like criticizing my way of life. So there's a degree of freedom to live in this way. I'm on. Some people only go on a camping trip once in a while. I'm on one permanently. Um, it's real easy for me to shift gears if I need to and do something. You know, um, and if I really need, like to get a hotel somewhere, I can. But um, like February 2021, some serious cold weather was coming in. I was like, well, um, I've been through weather that cold before without any heat. In the previous vehicle I used to live out of wasn't this one, but I had 2 winters I went through with zero heat. Why? Because I'm badass. That's why. Way more badass than that one douchebag's always saying. So, fucking Rambo. Anyway, but yeah, cold tolerance is a good thing. You need to learn to do it. And you just. But anyway, but yeah, February 2021, I decided, well, did I really have to tolerate that shit? And the answer was no, I don't have to. So I just turned on the ignition and started driving south. I hit Rutherford Beach in Louisiana, which is a beach where the sand it's not normal sand. The sand is entirely made up of crushed seashells. It's not quartz and all that stuff. It's seashell crushed up. And you can go out and park right on the beach. Just fucking camp there. There's some grills and stuff. It's pretty cool. But when I got there that February, I mean, it was so fucking cold. There was ice on the beaches in Texas. So it was cold. It was in the 30s, I think, when I was there. So I hung a left and I kept on driving and landed in Florida for the cold spell before I started heading back. But it's just real easy. You know, I don't have to pack. I'm already packed. I'm already ready to go. So, you know, yeah. So I don't know, Mr. Lee. I don't know exactly what you're asking there. You know, we got independent from your country. Yeah. Yeah. Brandy, hello. Let's see. Brandy says, I'm all for fireworks. I do think after a certain time into the night, early morning, they should stop. Rex, Mr. Lee says, I hate fireworks. Makes me jumpy as fuck. Just saying. You know, I don't know. It could be that you're just not around them at all over there. Like we're used to it. Once a year we blow. There's shit blowing up all over the place. If it gets dark before we're off of here, you might hear some stuff. That dog I was talking about, she did not jump in here last night, and I think she's hiding underneath the house right now. She really hates fireworks. Let's see. Brandy says people have trauma from loud noises. Veterans suffer, animals suffer. They can deal with things. You know, if they don't want to be around it, they can go somewhere where they're not around it, or the animals. I mean, the reality is fireworks aren't going away, and so if you know, it ain't like so the animals are going to adjust, right? The animals are going to adjust. Is there going to be problems? Yeah, but I mean, here's a thought. You know, a lot of animals get run over by cars. Are we going to get rid of cars? You know what I mean? Had some Wild Kingdom shit going on over here a while ago. Heard the squealing, and I looked over, and there was a rat, big old rat snake, tackling a baby bunny, and little sucker was fighting for dear life. So I just kind of watched. You know, it's going to turn out how it's going to turn out, right? I know people love little bunnies, but this is fucking nature. Anyway, I couldn't see everything because they went under this cattle trailer over here. But at some point, the little sucker got loose, and he comes hopping out, and his mama came out with him. So I don't know if she went in there and kicked some snake ass, and that snake went chasing anyway. And then he when he realized he'd lost a meal, he went and hid somewhere. But it was pretty cool to see. It's pretty cool to see. Greetings from South Carolina, says Daily Dan. Brandy says they can prepare noise cancellation headphones, but again, time should be in place so it's not crazy hours. Yeah, you would think people would run out of steam at some point, though. You know, I mean, for the most part, people, you know, it's from dark till an hour into the night, 10 o'clock or so. So, I mean, if someone's got enough money to be blowing up fireworks all damn night, shit. But I'm sure in a lot of places they do have restriction on that. Like, okay, it's the middle of the night, stop it. Daily Dan says, "Hey, it's holidays. Let's talk about something fun like weed and fat chicks. My two favorite things." Man, Dan wants to get high and find some badunkadunk. Jay Fritz, Mr. 3 Knucklehead, Armchair Fritz. He's the armchair. He's the armchair. He's gonna put out a hit from his armchair. Mr. Lee agrees on that deal. Ben T says I'm mediocre ass. Good song, Fat Chicks and Weed. Jam that shit. She shells. Oh, did it sound like she? Seashells. Crushed seashells. Yeah. Hope she gets well soon. B. Lynn says, Lockbeard, I agree with you 100%. Our Second Amendment is there for a reason. Happy 4th of July, everyone. Awesome. All I know is what was said in the chat over where her live stream was supposed to be happening, Mr. Lee. Guess she hurt her knee, Daily Dan. That's why she's not having her live right now. And so I went ahead and started one because she's not going to do hers. Glad to get rid of his fuck cards. Listening as you work. Grasshopper says America signed itself back to Britain in the 1790s, letting the royal banks back in. We're no different than Canada and Australia. We just don't have the queen on our dollar bills. Yeah, a lot of people feel like that is the situation. That our freedom is an illusion. As long as the people think they're free, they're happy. But they think they're free, but in reality, they never did really get out from underneath the crown. I wonder if it was like it never actually happened. Like the revolution was part of the plan. Like we're going to let them have a revolution. We're going to send a bunch of men to die. We don't give a shit about our soldiers anyway. So we'll send them to fight these fuckers. And a bunch of people die. And when they run out of steam, we'll have people we put into place as leaders tell them, yeah, we won. Yeah, we're free. And then, but behind the scenes, we're still running the show. I mean, these people are that diabolical that they never. The war is just a smokescreen. It's fake. It's not fake to people who died, but as far as did we actually win liberty? That's the question. On your roof, you don't care. Well, I don't know why. Who thought it was a good idea to use extremely flammable material for roofing? I mean, you can use tiles, you can use metal roofing. No, we're gonna use this tar. We're gonna make sure some shit burns. Rex says independent is shotgun, a rifle, and a 4-wheel drive. Answer Mr. Lee's question. Mr. Lee says, I think someone cursed me yesterday, Lockbeard. I've had a dreadful day, man. Well, stop having a dreadful day, and curses can't affect you unless you really think they can. Brandy says, Jay, can you see me? Have I done something to upset you? Grasshopper says, Andrew Jackson destroyed a British bank, but it came back with Woodrow Wilson in 1914. Mr. Hugh, welcome. Donald, welcome. Grasshopper says America is a British colony. Seriously. Yeah. Yeah, the question is did we actually stop? Did we actually win liberty? Or did we actually win independence? Or is that all just a lie? Yeah, Mr. Lee got taken down. It was just one of the normal, someone puts a copyright claim. A lot of times it's copyright fraud, right? They're not supposed to do that. It's against YouTube rules. If you don't actually own the copyright, you're not supposed to make a copyright claim, but it happens. But this is definitely a fair use situation. So they should bounce it back and say, okay, we win. I don't know if it's actually a faker or not, but it probably is. David Ann says, I spent the day at the flea market and comic shop's flea market was a nightmare. 109 in the building looked like I fell in a lake. Wow, that's pretty hot. You'd think they wouldn't be able to do it with that kind of temperature in there. That's ridiculous. Donald saying hi to everybody. Sanders says, Mr. Lee, she did get to go home, but she is suffering a lot of pain. Nikki was given pain and inflammatory shots. It sucks. Yeah. You too, Sasquatch Wizard and Arondex. Welcome to the chat. Happy 4th of July to everybody. Donald says, hope she didn't mess up too bad. She has a get together coming up. Yeah. Daily Dan says, oh God, my knee has been hurting for 30 years. I've had it broke 3 times. That's crazy. Yeah. Ben T, the Federal Reserve is as federal as Federal Express. Yes. Yes. Private bank. Running our country. Ridiculous rich fucks controlling shit that they're not supposed to be controlling. Elan says, back to work. See y'all ASAP. Stop jumping around. Mr. Lee says, my cousin makes fireworks for a living, expensive ones. Very complicated they can be. Yeah. Yeah, I don't remember when it's been many years since I spent money on fireworks. I don't see I just don't have any desire to waste money on blowing shit blowing up some fireworks. Everyone else is done. I can watch a fireworks display if I really want to. Yeah, Rufus. Normally at 6 p.m. Central Time on Sundays, we watch Harry Man, Hoaxes, and Hoodwinks, Nikki's channel. However, Nikki had injured her knee, so was unable to do her live. So I figured I'd do a live since she can't be on. Gary is here. Welcome. Grasshopper says Federal Reserve is owned by the Crown. There is no gold at Fort Knox. It all gets shipped to the Crown. Notice all the commercials that want you to turn in your gold. Yeah, if you got gold, hide it. Hide it somewhere. Like, like buried in the ground somewhere where you'll definitely be able to find it, but hide it. Wizard says driving north 1.5 hours to get my daughter, then 1.5 back. So I'll be listening. Okay, man. Drive carefully. Jen's here. Welcome. Ruthless says they canceled 2 long-running Aussie soap operas here. Found something better on YouTube yesterday. Soap operas, huh? Why do you watch soap operas? Gary says, sorry, but I'm cloaking everyone. Your cloak's not working, man. You better get a cloak mechanic to check that out. Rutha says, like all things, Lucky starts out good, then turns to shit by insane meat suits. Yeah. Yeah. Let us keep enough freedom to keep us from rebelling. Daily Dan says, I've had a remedy for pain: 2 pink tabs, a couple of shots of rum, preferably Morgan's, and a bowl or blunt. Donald says, Mr. Lee was watching a video on a Japanese fireworks company. They make a 480 kilogram shell. Mr. Lee's, I think Mr. Lee might have a touch of the gold fever. Is there any place in your country that has enough gold that you can pan gold, or is Great Britain so ridiculous about their environmental regulations that they won't let you pan gold or sluice or dredge? That's one of the most ridiculous things. Like, they make these rules where, you don't need to be disturbing the gravel. It's bad for the wildlife. Big rain event, floods come through, every freaking stone gets turned over and slushed around, and everything is complete clusterfuck apocalypse situation in the riverbed. And they're worried about a gold prospector out there with a dredge on one little piece of the riverbed. He's not hurting anything compared to what nature does. Nature he's in one spot. Every fucking rock along that entire waterway is turned. It's a holy shit clusterfuck. Some of it's picked up and redeposited over here and shit, and there's logs floating by and trees ripped out, and and they're worried about a fucking gold prospector with just in one little spot. It's fucking ridiculous. The only reason to make a rule like that is because you want to control them. You want to slow them down. You don't want people getting their own gold. You don't want them to have their own gold. So that's the only thing I can figure. Why the government? Either the government is just that fucking stupid, which I don't buy it. I think those guys know exactly what they're doing. They just act like they're stupid and give reasons that some of us know would be stupid, but there's an ulterior motive behind it. They want to prevent you. They want to make it as hard as they can for you to get gold on your own, without you just flat out rebelling, right? So there's still enough opportunity to do it, but they haven't pushed you so far. They haven't put their knee on your neck to the extent that you're willing to rebel yet. It's a fine line they walk, but they just fucking ridiculous, man. Ruthless says, I'll be 10-7. That's radio speak for listening, not so much looking. Well, not much to look at. It's art, man. Fantastic skill if you have it. Firework, big bucks, man. Yep. Daily Dan says, wait, I don't see Gary. What the fuck? Maybe his cloak only works on you. No gold there, Mr. Lee. Are you sure there's not even like some like glacial deposits or something? I don't know. I mean, I never looked at it because I never figured I'd be going to Great Britain for gold panning or anything. But Graz says there's more gold panned in the Great Depression than any other time. Yeah, we might be seeing another one of those pretty quick. Ruthless says, oh, our gold reserves disappears apparently in UK. Donald says Michelet takes them 6 months to make one of these shells. There's gold everywhere. Yeah, Life says, yeah, there's a little bit pretty much everywhere. It's just that in a lot of places, it's just so minuscule, it's not even worth trying to get, right? And let's see, Mr. Hugh says there is a gold rush now going on in Scotland. Is there? Donald says that's what I'm saying, man. Dan says there's no gold in England. Heck, there's nothing in England except people and lizards. They have to have everything shipped in. Paying for gold and culverts all around here, says Life. Yeah, those culverts. It's culvert, like, it don't, as far as for water flowing through it, those freaking ripples in the, because it's got the corrugation to it, right? Well, that's not ideal for water flowing through, but it's cool because it forms a natural, well, it's not natural. It's basically acts as a riffle box, right? As a sluice box. So if you go in every so often and suck out the culverts, you'll find some gold in there if you got a gold bearing stream passing under the road. True that. Dan says if it wasn't for the USA, everyone in England would be speaking German. Yeah. Grass says get a metal detector and hit the middle lands. Lots of gold within shovel depth out there. You talking about down there in Australia? Yeah. Life says you can get gold at freaking Lowe's. Yeah, there's people like they get the bags of sand and pan out the sand and find a little bit, but it's not enough to really. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. I mean, if you're just doing it for fun, you find it fun to find a tiny little flake in a big bag of sand, then fine. But I really don't think you're going to make wages. I've seen people doing that though online. Gary says, Mr. Lee, get a Y stick and look for oil. We all need a break in gas prices. It won't make any difference because our ridiculous government is shutting down oil production here because they're assholes. They're trying to say this and that and Ukraine, and no, you guys made the gas prices high. You did that. That the government did it on purpose. This isn't something that's out of our control. You did it on purpose. All you gotta do is let us pull the oil out of the ground that we got. We got plenty. Stop fucking around. We know what you're doing, you scumbag pieces of shit. Stop it. We know what you're fucking doing. Fuck. Wizard says, Lockbeard, I own 1 ounce of Australian gold bullion, 1 ounce American gold eagle, 113 ounces of 99.9% silver bullion, but I do believe I'm going to sell and buy ETH. Oh, man. I don't know if you'd want to do it all. I'm not giving financial advice, but we're one major solar event, EMP, away from the total existence of cryptocurrency being entirely erased. You know what I mean? It could be completely destroyed. It could be completely destroyed if, say, the government could probably completely obliterate it. Put their teams of secret hackers on it and say, look, we need to erase the existence of all Bitcoin and Ethereum and all the other cryptocurrencies. We wanted to shut this shit down. We're sick of it. They probably could. But if you got gold buried in the woods somewhere, well, they're going to have a hard time getting that away from you. Daily Dan says, to be honest, you're not going to find no gold in a creek in England, but you can find a fortune in gold with a metal detector on an English hill. Yeah, you might be able to. Like, a lot of people don't think about that. They're just looking in creeks and panning gold, but over millions of years of erosion and weathering and really big chunks of gold don't really want to move. Everything else kind of washes away from them and weathers away, but that big chunk of gold will be sitting there. It'll be the last thing sitting on top of a little hill somewhere. I mean, there might be some dirt on it and stuff because you got biological activity, trees and shit growing, and animals digging. But ultimately, if you're in a place that has big nuggets around from really ancient rocks that were there, you got a good chance with a metal detector finding a really big nugget on top of a hill. So don't count those kind of locations out. Life says, yep, it's nothing to find folks working a culvert around here. Then probably ancient coins, yes. Mr. Lee says you can make petrol from chicken shit though, just saying. Yeah. Well, I mean, but how many people are going to have the skill to do that? You know, the knowledge to do that. I don't know what the real answer is. Like I've said, you could try a proper uprising, but I think we would lose. So I just don't see us winning. They have weaponry, just crazy weaponry. They would have no problem killing us. They try to act like they work for us. They don't work for us. They'll start killing us as soon as we get out of control. Graz says American oil needs to be federalized as a national security situation. Anything pumped on American soil gets sold here first at a huge discount. Yeah. Diversify, says Ben. Ruthless says, Grasshopper, why would I bother? A man that wants nothing has no price. I'm not a materialistic meat suit. Jen says, went to the gas station just half hour ago. Someone drove a truck into 3 of the pumps, then went up the street and stole an entire pump off the slab. I don't know. But if a bunch of people started just destroying all the gas pumps, that would send a message. I'm not advocating anything. I'm just saying, if you're looking for a way to strike back, you can make them stop fleecing America with this bullshit and force a lot of people to actually take notice instead of just going about their daily lives and accepting, okay, the prices are high, and make them maybe make some more people ask questions. Why are the prices high? The prices are high because the government made them high on purpose. It wasn't an accident. It isn't something against our will. The government did it on fucking purpose, period. They can, Joe Biden can go up there and lie all he wants. Ukraine's on the other side of the goddamn planet. It doesn't really affect shit here. It really doesn't. No one gave a fuck about Ukraine a couple of years ago. Hell, half the nation, 3/4 of the nation probably didn't even know Ukraine fucking existed. You know what I mean? And now all of a sudden, it's this huge thing. It's driving our gas prices 3 times what they were. And no, that's a fucking lie. And how much of a real war is going on there? I don't know. I'd have to talk to someone who's actually there. All I know is the news gets caught lying all the time. The politicians get caught lying all the time. No, fucking Ukraine isn't causing shit here. It isn't affecting anything here. The most effect that's happened here is because of the politicians lying about it and the media lying about it and people reacting to what they said. That's it. People are reacting what they're being told. They're not reacting to anything that's actually happening, only reacting to what they're being told. The gas prices are not higher because of that shit or anything else other than the government made them high on purpose, and then they use these fucking excuses like they always do. We got plenty of oil here. We're fine. There's no reason to have gas prices over fucking, I don't know, even 75 cents for that matter. Really. We got plenty. Then we spent all this money building this goddamn pipeline. They're going to, they want to shut that down, and I was like, why would you, like, yeah, I wasn't for the pipeline. I thought it was a dumb idea. There's plenty of oil just in Texas. But since they've built it, we've put a lot of money into it. We need to be fucking using it, make it pay for itself. Stop dicking around. The game's over. We lost that battle. Whether do we build it or not build it, but it's over. It's built. Well, mostly built, I think, but yeah, electric cars unreliable. That technology eventually catch up to the point where people will be able to affordably buy them and choose to move into it on purpose. This is a whole nother bunch of bullshit. Environment this, blah blah blah. Electric car, the energy comes from primarily coal. It's coal mostly. Well, that's still fossil fuel, dumb fucks. You didn't stop burning fossil fuels with electric cars. You didn't stop shit. And then if you look at like a windmill, how much went into mining the metals to build the windmill infrastructure, and then we're seeing where the windmills are having an impact on the environment. Actually killing birds and stuff like that, and people are like, oh, it has an impact. Everything has some kind of impact, and you gotta have the transmission lines from the windmills to the grid. This is all made of materials that have to be mined, so some area of land somewhere had to be destroyed to extract the ore to get the metals. So again, environmental impact. Nuclear power plants, same thing. You had to mine the ore, refine the ore, then you got nuclear waste to get rid of. And the possibility, of a meltdown. People are like, well, they're getting better and better about the preventing that. Yeah, but do you really want to take that risk? 3 Mile Island and those kind of situations. But then something like Fukushima happens. You're like, oh shit. It all has an environmental impact. You want to actually help the environment, like just stop driving places. Just live in your house and stay in your yard. Eat bunnies in your yard and pick fruit on your tree. Yeah, just stop. You're pissing in the wind, and bullshit environmentalists. You got to be a logical, real environmentalist. Like, okay, what can we actually do? What's feasible? Ruthless says, gotta get her kitty litter. Maquettes are housebound by way of insane weather event here. Grass says, off to do laundry. Oh, shit. Wish I would have witnessed that. Says Mr. Lee. The gas pump thing. Wizard says, word on the street is ETH is going to $5,000 to $10,000 in the near future. I hope so. I have a little bit. I don't have much. But I have a little bit. Bitcoin, if you believed John McAfee, well, what did he say? I think it was going to, according to him, it was going to hit 500,000 at some point, or he would eat his dick on national TV. But he's dead now, so he can't do that. But we'll see. If it hits 10,000, I'm selling. Jen says, Mr. Lee, it's just pure stupidity. Ruthless, you Aussie. Arsholian. Angel says, Mr. Lee, agree. And what do you do if there is a power outage to charge it? I don't see the electric grid handling everything all electric. Yeah, it's just not remotely feasible right now. And we're getting better with our emissions control, technology, efficiency all the time. However, I think they're doing something to reduce efficiency of the fuel. Uh, I mean, I felt like I was filling up my gas tank more and more here a month ago, and there's really nothing different. I'm like, well, why? Like, I feel like I'm burning more fuel than normal. I haven't measured it, but I think they put some kind of additive in there to fuck it up and to try and even fuck us more. Um, Meredith, welcome. She says, hello, good day. Yeah. Well, Nikki hurt her knee. That's why she's not doing her show right now. But buy a solar car. Well, how well is that going to work? How far does it go? How efficient is solar panels? We got maybe eventually that technology will get good enough that, but right now it just isn't. Mr. Lee says to Ruthless, Tom Cruise said that to me, but I didn't want to hurt your feelings. What? Arseholian? Ruthless says I better head off, get to the shops whilst the rain is heavy, not pounding. It's rather intense. Yeah, I wouldn't mind a nice cool off. The problem is in Oklahoma that when it's this hot, if it rains, it just really just turns into a sauna. Afterwards you might cool down during the rain, but sun comes back out and it's just a steam bath. Ritha says Mr. Lee Cruz is a pleb. You seem fixated by him. Yeah, Mr. Lee's something's going on between Mr. Lee and Tom Cruise, I think. Jen says by 2030 they want no more gas engines. The power grid in this country can't handle this. Yeah, that's not going to happen. Personally, I want to insist on using only gas engine for the rest of my fucking life. just tell them to fuck off. I'm free. I'm going to use fossil fuels for the rest of my life. Kiss my ass. Your global warming, your man-made global warming bullshit is bullshit. It can be demonstrated that it's bullshit. The science doesn't hold water. I wish I wasn't buying into it when I was younger, when I was taking my environmental courses in college. But because I took a wide variety of sciences, normally, they have you take some basic sciences and stuff, and you got to have chemistry and stuff like that. But my personal program, because I was interested in so many different subjects, went way beyond that. And they just let me do what I want. Because they can't really make you take only the courses they say. I took the courses required for the environmental degree, but I took a lot of other courses. So I had a broader perspective on the sciences and other subjects. And a broader perspective is a good thing. You start to see things that the specialists aren't seeing, right? Because if you're too specialized, you're looking at your specialty through a peephole. You need some other perspectives outside of that, though. You're locked in because that's what they taught you. So they taught you man-made global warming period, blah blah blah. No, it's not. It's not remotely the issue that they claim it is. They fucking lied. Too good, my friend. To buy electric cars. Mr. Lee, hello. That's Tom's doing. Rutha says with 2030 gen, likely no power solar forcing, if not a coronal mass ejection. Please give me a coronal mass ejection. As long as it takes out all the rich, powerful fucks. That's the only way we're getting out of this, right? These assholes have technology so insane and resources, endless resources at their disposal. We can't possibly beat them and they deserve it. They deserve to be rebelled against. They deserve to be put down, and every last one of them locked the fuck up for the rest of their fucking lives for what they've done, the terrorization of billions of people at this point. These scumbags have got to go. But unfortunately, I don't think we can win. Even though we got numbers and all that stuff, I think we need a natural disaster. And unfortunately, that's going to take out a lot of innocent people, but that's how nature rolls, right? But if we want to be out from under a techno totalitarian regime, I think that's our only way out. Unless y'all are perfectly fine continuing to live as slaves. You know, this pointless existence. You're stuck. You know, every time you try to poke your head up, somebody knocks you back down. You know, because they don't like too many people moving upward, right, into their zone. They don't like sharing their power too much. Angel says Life Trackway is solar great where it snows feet at a time. Cold, cloudy winters here. Mention about the blue mate, you're a fanboy. Fanboy Tom. Jen says, well, beep boop, Mr. Lee. He dislike him immensely. Ruthless says, U.S. has massive oil reserves in the ground. Yeah, we have tons. Just tap it. Look, you assholes. Look, here's the funny thing. They say, well, we want to stop using it by 2030 or 2035 or whatever their goal is. Well, if we run out, so you stop us from using it now, but you want us to stop using it later and just leave it all in the ground? Like, eventually all oil reserves in the ground, eventually nature breaks it open on her own. It erodes into it and it releases on its own naturally. Oil is part of the natural environment. It's part of the cycle. Okay, biological material, microbes, not dinosaurs, gets trapped in the sediments, and when the rock layers form over many years, that turns into oil, and then one day it gets eroded out. It just comes out. It comes out of the ground, and then other microbes eat the oil because there are microbes that eat oil, and it's part of the cycle. It's all part of the cycle. So just use it. So why are they stopping us from using it now? Let us use it until we run out. How about that? I don't think we're gonna run out, but there is a lot of fucking oil in the ground. Life says $20K I buy it for daily. Cody engine, haul to Canada. Beat boop. Ruthless says Mr. Lee, he's a disingenuous anus. Met him when he was living here and filming MI2. Connor went to little school at Cranbrook with my nephew. Wizard says, for the SHTF shit hits the fan situation, you want commodities. Little bottles of JD or spices, tobacco, weapons, food, water, filter, etc. If you hoard bullion, better have protection. Maybe junk silver works. Yeah. Well, I think the best, because there's all kinds of different scenarios you could be talking about. Ultimately, what do you really need? Food and water, shelter. The ability to not be captured. You stockpile a bunch of shit. Well, it's eventually going to run out. If you grow a garden, people can see you got a garden, and they can just get enough other people with guns, more guns than what you may think. Oh, I'm armed to the teeth. Well, eventually they're going to break you down. You're just one person. Maybe you got a little group, but other ones around. There's going to be a bigger fish that's going to be wear you down and take you over, kill you, take your shit. You got a garden, it's just a sitting duck. But if you're mobile, you're able to hide in the wilderness, in the woods, in the mountains, and you're able to hunt. That's your probably your most important things. Human is a hunter. You go out there, do what Sasquatch does. Stay the fuck out of sight and hunt. And find a clean source of water. As long as you have the ability to do that, that's your ultimate survival plan. Well, for a lot of shit. Again, there's different scenarios. If there is a nuclear fuck war, you better have a bunker that's got self-contained air air recycling system and stuff like that, water recycling. Like you're basically living in, you might as well be planning as if you're going to be living in space, right? On a space station in the ground, and don't be wherever ground zero is, because pretty much no matter what you build, if you get a direct hit, you're probably not going to make it. So, yeah. Everything has impact. That's called opportunity cost. Prima donna. Mr. Lee says, when the grid goes down, how you got to drive your electric car? Yeah, not going to happen. Meredith says, Mr. Lee, you mentioned him a lot. I assume you had a man crush on him. Mr. Lee does have a man crush on Tom Cruise. He just won't admit it. Life says, Perry Nuclear came close to a vessel failure many don't know about. Angel says, most green energy is not as green as people think. Between the strip mining for the batteries and a lot of the stuff is also not recyclable. Yeah, you got to dispose of those batteries. I saw an article the other day where they're, who, like they were trying to, there was a fire, there was an electric vehicle on fire, but the batteries kept reigniting the fire. So they used a ton of water trying to put this shit out. Gary says, on YouTube, there's been park rangers coming out with the truth. What's it's hiding? Daily Dan says, I can hunt, I can fish, I can make my own wine, I can grow my own smoke. Country boy can survive. Meredith says, Mr. L, exactly what total, they want total control of us. They will stop at nothing to get at us all. Mr. Lee says, Meredith, absolutely not. The opposite. Tom Cruise is a reptilian. The reptilian thing again, Mr. Lee? You're undercover, going to get the truth. Good night, Ruthus. Life says 99%. But it's true. The Republic of Congo is a mess from digging cobalt. Yeah. Yep. Rutha says, be good to each other. Even Amy, you slimy dog piling trashy fucks. Mr. Lee says, I noticed in London everything seems to be turning electric. Just a matter of time. Just saying. Yeah, that's, again, if there is a solar event, an EMP, even a weaponized EMP, someone could weaponize that shit. Electric grid goes down, y'all are going to come to a screeching halt. You're going to be wanting your gas vehicles. Rutha says, yeah, I watched that vid the delusional Flurf made. Life says, look it up. San Diego is mass producing a solar vehicle. My job is rooted with energy, so I pay attention. Dan says, Mr. Lee has to hang out with Tom now because, wait for it, Freddie Mercury's died. Oh, man. Life says there's a super sunspot aimed at us right now. Fire away, son. Fire away. Daily Dan says, I'm from the USA. Mr. Lee, we broke free a long time ago. Ask your great grandparents. Bayou Flats, welcome. Mr. Lee says, Dan, my great grandparents were Vikings, just saying. Wizard says the largest transfer of wealth in this world is about to take place with the blockchain system coming into full effect. I don't like it at all, but it's happening, and crypto is likened to Microsoft days. Life says also there's supernatural gas power generators going online soon. Google Guernsey Power Station. Bite Fly says, I'm getting into air pellets air pellet instruments, thinking can sustain longer, simpler, and truckload of pellets are cheaper than powder shells. Dan says, I ever tell you about Uncle Jed? He was shooting at some food, and up through the ground came a bubbling crude. Well, that is. Mr. Lee says, I cannot see a lot of the chat. Also, when I type in the chat, sometimes it says error sending message. Have you switched to live chat, Mr. Lee? The survivors, yeah. That show is really about surviving a shit hits the fan event. The zombies are just, whatever. It could be something else. It doesn't have to be the zombies. It's really about the people. Bayou Flat says, Daily Dan, the good stuff. I literally thought I would do that at my grandfather's farm in northern Kansas. Dan says, Mr. Lee, do you know who Uncle Jed is? Yeah, he might not know what you're talking about. Bayou Flat says, growing crops kills a bunch of wildlife. Plus the carbon footprint from tractors and all the soil chemical additives. Yeah, exactly. Humans aren't even designed to eat plants. Like I've tried to be telling people, a lot of people are still rejecting it. They don't, because they don't know. They don't know the science. Why I say that. We're not supposed to eat plants. But eat meat. Put your cow in the field. It eats grass. Then you eat the cow. That's how nature works. You got animals that graze or browse. It could be goats and cows. Eat both. Anyone that's cattleman out there, put some fucking goats in with your cows. I know you're going to have to rebuild your fences. I know. But you're constantly having to fight weed species that your cows don't really like to eat. The goats love that stuff. They'll eat your fucking briars and everything else. So, and the land ends up producing more. Like the cows are doing better because the competition, the plants that compete with their preferred food sources that they grow best on, those plants get eaten by the goats, and it all forms a balance and it works better. There's been some people doing some studying that kind of stuff and figuring out that, yeah, if you just like do it like nature's like intended in the first place, multiple different species of animals uh, uh, living off the land, eating different types of plants. That's how it's supposed to work. That's how it works better. You produce more than you think you're doing better the way they do it, but you're really not. And then confined animal feeding operations, CAFOs, you don't want to do that. Just put your cow and your goat and some other shit if you got it in a field, and then eat them bitches. That's all you need. You're human. That's all you need. Stop plowing under the ecosystem and destroying everything in the field and then spraying chemicals on it and causing erosion and just, it's ridiculous. To grow a field of crops, you completely annihilate the ecosystem. You throw some cows out there, you do not. They just kind of live in the ecosystem. So put some cows out there, put some bison out there, put some goats, put some sheep. Probably already have wild hogs out there. Shoot those sometimes, eat those. Run some chickens, eat their eggs. First thing everyone reaches for is their phone. Yeah. That battery's gonna run out though. However, if it's an EMP situation, that phone still ain't gonna work no matter how much charge you had on it. Jen says, if the grid goes down, the Amish will rule the world. Yeah. Yeah, the Amish gonna be like, you English don't have a phone on live chat. Life says maybe Jen, but even Amish next to my site rely on cell phones and even NVGs. Oh, and electric bikes. Brian and Chewy, welcome. He says, "Hey folks, listening on my way back from an epic mountain hiking day. Happy 4th, everyone. Happy 4th to you too." Mr. Lee says, "My girlfriend made god awful dinner this evening. Inedible. I did try. More indigestion. Oh my god." Well, so did you break it to her gently? So like this I can't eat this shit. Life says actually gas engines won't work after an EMP. It will burn out the batteries in the vehicle CCM. Yeah, you basically got to be able to um, uh, figure out how to create batteries and charge them to get that going as well. I mean, you could do it. It's just yeah, it's going to take some doing. Jay says, "What's her name, Miss Lee? I'm going to rat you out." Graz says, "Life, wrap your car in tinfoil or go with your hat." Yeah, if you have your car inside a metal structure that's substantial enough to shield it from an EMP, but you know, you never know when it's going to happen, right? You could be out driving to the store and then that shielded structure ain't going to do shit for you. Mr. Lee says, "Jay Fritz, her name is Maya, and she's lovely." Life says, "Best thing to do is grab a burner phone, wrap it in tinfoil, then put it in a tin trash can and bury it. The two protective Faraday cages will protect the phone." Yes. Yes. If you have an old microwave, like if your microwave stops working, well, don't throw it out. Stick it down in your basement or something. And then you could like your phone you're talking about, you probably want to put it in an insulative layer though, like in a plastic bag, just to be extra protection. Then wrap it in tin foil, maybe another plastic bag and another layer of tin foil, something like that, and then put it in the old microwave. Mr. Lee says, "Jay Fritz, I put a tiny bit on my plate and looked at her face. Didn't want to upset her, so I piled it on." Jay says, "Takes a brave man, Mr. Lee." Reason number 13 or 14, I think, not to get into a relationship. You're going to have to eat her food. I'm pretty fucking picky about a lot of shit. Like, the reality is if I ever get involved enough with a woman that I'm eating her cooked food, she just needs to be ready to learn how to cook my shit for me correctly. Otherwise, you know, I'm not gonna fucking. I'm not gonna. I can't be in that situation where I gotta eat some shit. Sure does. Life says you can also make your own Faraday cages for your car, but that's a good bit of metal. Yeah, yeah. Whole another deal though. How many people are going to be able to justify the expense of the extra phone? And so I don't know, but it's a good idea. But you know what's going to happen is even if you protect your vehicle and you go, so now you got your vehicle and it's running. As soon as you drive anywhere where there's anybody else, and everybody else is going to be just so freaked out and pissed off they don't have a car, and they're going to be like, why does this asshole have a car? They're all going to come running right at you, and some of them are going to want to steal your shit, or some are going to want to, oh, how'd you do this? And then now you're going to have to tell them, and they're going to be like, you know, jealous. They're just going to be jealous, and they're going to want to take your shit. So is it even worth it to do any of that? You're probably just better off just to just park your shit. Maybe you do save your car, but pull the battery out and hide it somewhere, and then go out into the damn woods and hunt and lay low until the dust settles, because there's going to be dust, right? People are going to lose their shit if something like that happens. Fortifying against the blast effect. Blast effect from what? That's why the zombies are the lucky ones in The Walking Dead. Are they? I only watched the first few seasons of it. From what I've seen, it looks like it kind of went downhill. It was okay at first. It was pretty cool. I don't know what people's fascination is with zombies, though. So this whole zombie thing is just kind of weird. Like, a dead body isn't going to walk. A truly dead body isn't going to walk. Now, if it's a fantasy story, it's magic and stuff. Well, when I was younger, my favorite author, there were zombies sometimes in his books, his series, the the Xanth series, spelled with an Xanth, but it's a magical world, so the zombies are magically created. Um, there was this whole story about this zombie, and there was a zombie and a ghost, and the zombie was a he, and the ghost was a female, and they like were in love, but they couldn't really be together because their situation. But anyway, the situation ended up getting fixed though, because magic and shit happens. Jay says, I want one of them M777s. Bring it on. Life says the blast effect from a nuke that whoever was talking about. Yeah, you just don't want to be too close to that, right? You could pull an Indiana Jones in the Crystal Skull, jump in a refrigerator, get thrown across the landscape, and be okay. Just goes in and gets scrubbed down. Grass says, I don't want to live through a nuclear war. The fallout will kill you slowly. I'm right next to target bases, so I'll be the first to go. Yeah, I guess you have to ask yourself the question, if you find out that nukes are on their way, are you going to go and just walk towards the target so that it's quicker? You know, if you're if you're too far away, it's going to be slow. You know, and unless you're like stupid rich, you really can't build a shelter, or not. I don't even want to say a shelter, a proper bunker to survive because the reality is the radiation is going to be around for a very long time. Society is going to be a clusterfuck for a very long time. Um, you need to be prepared on a level way beyond what we're talking about here. You need self-contained environment in the ground, pretty damn big, capable of recycling your air, recycling your water, and producing food, not just storing food, producing food. That's going to take it's going to take some doing. It's going to take some doing and a lot of damn money. Bayou Flat says, I think zombies are more an allegory, soulless shits. Mr. Lee says, Robert H. Heinlein and Asimov, my favorite when I was a kid. I don't think I'm familiar with Heinlein. Asimov, yeah, but I couldn't really get into Asimov. I liked Piers Anthony. There's some other one. I read some other stuff, but Piers Anthony, just I don't know. I liked Piers Anthony. The Xanth series was cool because it was just this magical land where all kinds of crazy shit happened, and puns. Everything was puns. People are all the time mailing him pun ideas for magical shit in the land of the Xanth, like puns. There's puns everywhere. A ladyfingers plant was a plant that actually had ladyfingers growing on it. When you sow your wild oats was this plant that actually grew what they called a nymph, which is it's shaped just like a female. It's alive. It's a female, except she's mindless. So sometimes boys would they would sow their wild oats. And the main character in the first book, like it tells his story of trying to do that, and his mom found out and destroyed him. Life says, you want the true reason for the zombie phenomenon? Someone asked the CDC how to prepare for an emergency. The response was, prepare like it's the zombies apocalypse. Next you knew ammo makers. You want the true reason for the zombie phenomenon? ? Someone asked the CDC. So are you saying someone asked the CDC already? They asked them and they said, prepare like it's the zombie apocalypse. I feel like there should be a period there. And then you say next. So you're saying the next thing you know, the ammo makers started making zombie rounds. Okay. Douglas Adams. Life says, I have a oil refinery nearby. I'm toast if an attack happens. You think they would hit the oil refinery? It's got to stink, man. Ever since I've been in the, I did that job here this last year, and every so often I smell it. Every so often I smell the smell of it from something. I don't know what. Just in various places, I'll smell the smell, and I can't stand it. It's just, I don't know. By Fly says, time enough for love. Always tell a woman she's beautiful, especially if she's not. Always be first to apologize, especially when you're right. Mr. Lee says, I know of him, Lockbeard, yes. Benty says, people that are starving move like zombies are portrayed. Mr. Lee says, Benty, you know about the moonshine? The moonshine. Bayou Flat says, Lazarus, long from time enough for love. Is that like a book or something? Ben T says, I don't want to see you moonshine, Mr. Lee. Life says, yep, Lockbeard, that's all news. I type on a phone. Mr. Lee says, Ben T, I would enjoy to make moonshine sounds like fun. Life says, I don't notice the smell much. There were kids that died from huffing on a tank years ago, so they keep the place pretty airtight. They were huffing on a tank, so it was the people were just able to walk into there. Kids could just get in there. Like nowadays, these refineries are locked down like it's a military site, man. Like you got to get like background checked and IDs and shit. And with the fake virus of 2020, they were like scanning people like your face to check your temperature and just all this. It's just insane. It's insane how locked down these refineries are. Jay says I'm more scared of an atmospheric nuclear explosion. Yeah. Well, it's going to affect people over a broader range, right? And that's what you want to do. You do that if you want to knock out the grid over a broader range. You knock out everything electronic will be fried. Of course, at ground zero or close to the center, shit will actually be destroyed, but further out, electronics will be annihilated. Binty says, my buddy Dave knows a guy who can get moonshine. We would never know, it says Jay. Mr. Lee says, Jay, I'm scared of the sky falling on my head. Buddy Flat says, yeah, Long is character from Robert Heinlein book's Longest Lived Human. Life says, yep, the kids got in, opened a top hatch on a tank, and started huffing. They found the bodies in the morning. That was in the 80s. Jeez. Did they fall into the tank, or were they like dead on top of the tank, just laying there? Bayou, you read Heinlein, says Mr. Lee. Sounds like you did, Mr. Lee. Sounds like you did. So, what else? How are the bees, Lockbeard? They're fine, Mr. Lee. Just hopefully I can grow it into something that actually makes enough money, you know. I opened up a hive earlier today just to check, see what was going on. One of them stung me right, you know, just let me know who was boss over there, I guess. But I'm hoping to get more and, build it up into something. Because YouTube certainly ain't making no damn money, that's for sure. Life says, I think at least one fell in. That sucks, man. Goddamn. Kids do some pretty dumb shit sometimes. Grass says, loved Heinlein when I was younger. 40 years ago. Misspelled his name. Yep. going to be 100 over 100 here in a couple days. It's too damn hot. Gary says, like, how many turtles are you going to save during zombie hours, Mr. Lockbeard? Well, I imagine if there's zombies running around, I got more important things to do than save turtles, huh? Thankfully, zombies aren't real and can't possibly be real, so dead people don't walk around for the most part. Bayou Flat says, yeah, summer hit early here in South Louisiana. Yeah, I think we're going to have some hot times for this summer. So I mentioned Rutherford Beach earlier. Are you familiar with Rutherford Beach? Bayou? Mr. Lee says, this guy in school, right bully. I watched a swarm of wasps go up his trouser leg, sting him all over. Bad karma, just saying. How did a whole swarm of wasps go up his pant legs? Some like it hot, hot, hot. She likes it hot, hot, hot. He likes it hot, hot, hot. So life's over here singing songs. Life's over here singing songs. You're not familiar with Rutherford Beach? It's on the. I mean, obviously, it's on the coast, southwest Louisiana. I've been there a couple times. It's you can drive out on the beach. The sand of the beach is entirely made up of crushed seashells. You can camp. You can drive right out there and just camp on the beach. There's some grills. So it's a good place for people looking to just place to they can hit a beach and camp and it's free. Camp for free. You don't got to pay for a spot or anything. Life is but a song, says Life. Mr. Lee says, can you give us a tour of the Imperial van one day? It'd be really short, Mr. Lee, because it's a van. It's not exactly big. Anyway, there's nothing really to see. I mean, you see behind me there, like those boxes there. See the hole in it, and I think you can see a little purple right there. There's another, like this one has a green, like there's a disc on it, which is the entrance hole for it. Those are bee boxes for catching swarms in. But they're just sitting back there on the bench seat back there, and I've removed the middle seats that will be between here and there. I removed those. They're in storage because I seriously do not need to be hauling 6 people. I don't ever have a passenger at all. Life is a track which says you need a 270 tarp for the van. They're relatively cheap. What's a 270 tarp? I don't know what that is. Why do I need it? Gary says, in all fairness, where do you stand on the cryptids and paranormal that surrounds us all? Well, I'm reasonably certain Sasquatch are real. And that they're just big hairy people. They're human. I think they're human, and that's takes up a lot to explain why. Like you kind of got to dive into some anthropology and where anthropology has been wrong about some shit. For example, they called they named Neanderthals as if they were their own species. They called them Homo neanderthalensis. Well, that's incorrect. We have DNA evidence that that's incorrect. We know that the Neanderthals were actually the same species as we are. You could designate them as a subspecies, though. Homo sapiens subspecies neanderthalensis. But at any rate, you know, but then, of course, then you got to go in and talk about the other types, of Homo species, and you really got to start asking the question. Well, could these have been the same species as well? And I think that not it's not just could, they absolutely were, guaranteed. Eventually, they're going to figure out that they were all the same species. They were just different racial groups. Everything after leaving Africa, humans were moving around so much, the genes mixing about was happening so much. Once we had the ability to move completely, just move around all the time, we were mixing our genes enough that we couldn't speciate. We couldn't divide into two separate species. The genes were mixing too much. And so everything that they've called all these different species were actually subspecies or races of humans. So that gets us to Sasquatch. Everything that's an upright hominid is the same species, and Sasquatch is an upright hominid. Clearly, the morphological characteristics are just undeniable. That's an upright hominid. It is the same species as us, according to based on what I'm saying here. And so that means they could be just as intelligent as us. They probably are just as intelligent as us. And since they're able to avoid us so well, hell, they might be more intelligent than us. And, of course, humans are locked into this ridiculous idea that, intelligence means you build a civilization. No, it doesn't mean you build a civilization. It could mean that, if you were smarter than us, you wouldn't be so stupid as to build a civilization like ours that completely annihilates the ecosystems upon which you depend to survive. And that's what we do. We destroy so much shit so we can build shit, roads and parking lots and shit. Yeah, we need that shit. No, we don't need that shit. Maybe Sasquatch is smart enough not to do that shit. They're smart enough to know that if you use fire, you will eventually get less cold resilient. For example, it's better to just maintain your cold resilience naturally, genetically. Never use fire, never use clothing, and maintain the genetic ability to naturally just walk around a freezing ass cold and it just not be a big deal. So you don't need fire. You don't become weak. It's like that movie Star Trek Insurrection, right? If you didn't watch Star Trek Insurrection, what are you doing? There's this race of people on this planet, and they're using some technology, but they seem to be fairly primitive, right? They can grind some flour and build a dam and stuff like that, but with a water wheel, but they don't have cars or electricity. I don't think they had electricity. They certainly don't have warp drive. So, Captain Picard and his crew were thinking these people were not that they were not warp capable. They were not capable of traveling to other stars, right? They couldn't travel faster than light. They assumed this because they weren't using that technology or any kind of technology remotely close to that kind of sophistication. So they thought these people were not capable of traveling to other star systems. But they found out that these people were perfectly capable of doing that. It's just that they chose not to. And one of them trying to explain their culture, their position on the matter, they said, "We believe when you build a machine to do the work of a man, you take something away from the man." What if Sasquatch is like that? What if they are tremendously advanced people and they're so advanced that they know it's better to live naturally and be healthy and be strong than to do what we do and become weak and pathetic and stupid? I mean, we got cashier jockeys down here in some of these businesses who can't make change without the machine telling them what the change is going to be. We're getting stupid. So now, as far as Dogman, there ain't enough evidence to say Dogman's a real thing. It doesn't make any sense, and there's nothing in the fossil record, nothing to. It's hard to explain all that, but basically, it's a ridiculous claim until someone actually shows how. Man, I don't even know what they need to show me. They're going to bring some shit because it's a far cry from saying, okay, well, because Sasquatch just looks like a big hairy person, right? Morphologically speaking. Well, it's perfectly reasonable to think that something like that could exist. A half man, half dog, werewolf looking fucking thing, that's just absolutely ridiculous claim. There's nothing in the fossil record to indicate anything like that has ever existed, even in intermediate stages. So it's a ridiculous claim. Ghosts, of course, ghosts are real. Of course, they're real. It's just that it's something you're not supposed to perceive. And this is a because the religious people, when you say ghosts, people think spirits, and that has a connotation of magical shit, and there ain't nothing magical going on. It's all scientifically explainable. It's just that most people are not going to remotely um, be able to wrap their minds around it truly. Not truly. They may think they are, but they aren't going to be able to truly. Everything in the universe, just like Nikola Tesla said, everything, energy, vibration, frequency. It's everything. You know, transmitted through a medium, the ether. The ether which mainstream science denies, But consciousness is just that. It's just those things. And so it's just that we're not supposed to be able to perceive those kind of things in this reality. I don't know what other paranormal stuff. Aliens. It's absolutely ridiculous to think that aliens would attack our planet. That's a goddamn stupid idea. It's a goddamn stupid idea. Like the movie Independence Day. That's just dumb. That would never fucking happen. There's no reason aliens would ever. Now for this kind of partly for the same reason as like the day the Earth stood still. Or not that one. Um, War of the Worlds. Well, that would never happen either, because what alien race that can travel from another star system would get here and be so stupid as to set foot on a planet where there are germs that will fucking kill them? that wouldn't happen. That's a ridiculous story too, but it does kind of hint to what the reality probably is. Any alien from another planet, it's going to be so different biologically from us that there will be nothing here that they want. Okay, the biology on this planet would be completely incompatible with their biology. It's from a whole fucking another planet. They can't eat shit here. They can't do anything here. There might be some microbes that could affect them negatively. It's just a bad idea for them to come here. There's nothing that they would want. Any any mineral resources that they would find here, they can find in asteroids and uninhabited planets somewhere where there isn't some troublesome ground monkeys that might shoot at them. There's plenty of just rocks floating around out there that they could go get whatever the fuck they want. So Sitchin's idea that they used humans to mine gold, for example, was so goddamn stupid. It's just fucking laughable. And people that actually believe Sitchin stuff, Jesus Christ, what the fuck did you get any logic about you in school? Were you born this ridiculously naive? I mean, fuck. So I don't know. So I don't know what all you wanted me to touch on there, but I need to catch up in some chat. Chessboards here. He says, hello. Wish everyone a wonderful fourth. Cannot say stay. Blessings all. You too, man. Bayou says, I'm on North Shore of Lake Pontchartrain. You don't go further south. Yeah, there's a fucking lake in the way. Donald says, battling the Wi-Fi again tonight. What am I missing? Well, I don't know if anyone told you. Nikki's supposed to have a show that, well, she would have just ended, 6 to 8 every Sunday she does her show, but she injured her knee, so she was unable to do a live stream tonight, so that's why I went live. Mr. Lee says, Gary Lockbeard does believe in Sasquatch. 99%. Mr. Lee says, Donald, you missed everything, man. Life says, a 270 tarp is like a tent. It attaches to the side of the vehicle and creates an extra 6 to 7 feet of shade around. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, that would be cool. That would be fucking cool. I was actually thinking of something along those lines, except because what I was thinking of doing, I never did it. I was going to, but I changed my mind. Is put because there is a luggage rack on the back half of this thing, but I was thinking of installing a rack across the entire top, put solar panels on the top of it, and then underneath them have metal extending shades that would extend out, at different places from underneath the solar panels. Preferably have it all motorized. So I park, hit the button, everything extends, bam, shaded. But I never did it. I never went through with it. Life says you can get the wall kit and create a giant tent. Joking. Life is a tarp way. They're like $250 at Lowe's. I worked at Lowe's for like 5 years, and now I have a hard time. Like I really don't want to go into Lowe's. I really don't want to go into Lowe's. I don't like it. It's just something, whatever. Life says, Mr. Lee, check out Overland Lady on YouTube. She travels all over the place in a Toyota RAV4 camping on her own. Gary says, in my findings, they are the fallen. Did the Bible falk us all into think angels were human? I'm not sure what you're saying there. First time I ever saw one. They are freaking cool, said Life. Mr. Lee says, Life, I've seen her stuff. Donald says, darn, Mr. Lee, I need to find a better provider that don't talk BS to me. Who's been talking BS to Donald? Get one. Truck modified. Bias says Cody Lundy has done that. Walks around in shorts and barefoot in the winter. Donald says my internet service provider, Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee says flowers poison. Oh yeah, Mr. Lee. In your ear, telling you it works every time. All right. Life says Sasquatch is a security system like the smoke on Lost. Life says those numbers are bad. What? What numbers? Mr. Lee says ghost. Yes, Lockbeard. Yeah. Like ghost. Daily Dan. Mr. Lee says the poltergeist, awful bad, haunt you. Yeah, that movie affected me like zero. I think I've talked about that before. It's a horror movie. Look, I know going in that the movie it's fake. I know it's fake, so I can't. And since the movie's entire entertainment value is based on trying to be scary, and it can't scare me, that means horror movies are completely non-entertaining to me most of the time. It's like this is a complete waste of time, piece of shit turd movie. Unless they can come up with some kind of something cool. Like Event Horizon was okay. It was okay. But if they had leaned a little harder into the science fiction aspects of it, maybe I would have liked it more. Like, I don't really have any desire to go back and watch it necessarily, but it was okay. But the horror elements, I could give a shit. I don't give a shit. Donald says, I'm really surprised it didn't sound like World War II outside the house this weekend. Well, 4th is tomorrow, so still got time. Donald says, I'm really surprised it didn't sound like. Oh, it looks like that comment went in twice. You see UFOs all the time, and yet you're not coming on the show and telling people. Like on Moog's show. Go on Moog's show. You also need to become a co-host on Moog's. Come on, Mr. Lee. Bayou Flat says, Lord and principalities of the air will deceive even the elect if possible. Whatever that means. Gary says, just how do you come up with these theories, Mr. Lockbeard? Well, which ones? Which ones? There's a lot of shit to learn. So I don't know. If you want to know how the universe actually works, like there's only one person I know of, the best person to go to as far as explaining this shit, although he doesn't explain it particularly well sometimes because people don't understand. But it would be Ken Wheeler. It's just Ken Wheeler. Go read his book, The Missing Secrets of Magnetism. Look at his videos. Look at his articles. Addressing his stuff. He has an article. Like actually, we went over his article on Ghost on the channel here sometime back. So, and I think I provide the link there. So you could go look at the article on Ghost, and even that's it's not enough because it's short. You know, he tries to make them short and sweet, but it involves how the universe actually functions. You know, you got to take quantum physics and throw it away. Get rid of it because it's dumb. It's retarded. They're dumb. Forget about goddamn space time, quantum foam, dark matter, dark energy, all that shit. Just throw it all the fuck particles, everything's a goddamn particle. Throw that out. You know, the mainstream science, they're just so intent on trying, because they're stuck in the physical mentality. Everything isn't physical, you know, in that sense, right? So they think, you know, everything's got to have smaller and smaller particles that make it up. The problem is every time they think they found the smallest one, it's like, well, shit, how do we explain this and that? And how's it function? Stop it. Like they're trying to come up with, you know, like a particle that controls time, a particle that controls gravity. It's like, no, it's not how it fucking works. Fuck. Anyway, so there's that, and then like I think, you know, I think I said enough about the Sasquatch thing, but it's just like, I think if someone spends enough time, they'll eventually come to the same conclusion that I have. It's just, you got to get this perspective on things to see that the most likely explanation is that they are Homo sapiens. They are human. They're just a different race. Dan says, yep, it's true. Earth is the shithole of the universe. The secret's out. Donald says, do you think Jessica Jones' remote view was accurate for Tex? No, I think she's full of shit. But it's on Tex's channel, so, you know, if you want to see some bullshit, that's one of the channels you go to, right? No, Mr. Lee. She was a remote viewer on Tex's show, remember? Lowe's PTSD. Very possibly, Ben. I get a discount. I used to when I worked there. Mr. Hugh says CERN will attempt to break power records in 24 hours. Time to put your lead boots on. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it though. Those guys, look. Those guys would be able to do more damage with some Legos blocks. They actually believe they're bumping particles together. I can't convey enough how retarded this is. They're not going to do anything. Look, I know some people are like spooked. They're like, oh, they could accidentally create a black hole and destroy the whole planet. No. These douche nozzles are just sitting there wasting a ton of money. They probably know that they're just wasting money, but they just like those government contracts because they're getting paid. They're getting paid to do dumb shit that ain't going to accomplish shit. You know, they're saying that we discovered the God particle. Well, so for one, there is no God particle. That's just retarded. You have observed something. You have just misinterpreted it greatly and wasted billions of dollars to do it. But they don't care as long as, because they get their cut, right? They get paid. They get paid to sit there and just do like dumb shit that ain't going to do anything. They sure shit ain't going to create a black hole and destroy the planet. It's not going to fucking happen. They're not bumping particles together. They're not particles. They're just. There's nothing to worry about. It's nothing to worry about. I know there's a whole conspiracy theory out there. People trying to get you all spooked about CERN. CERN has a big old machine that does nothing. Comics aren't your thing. Dan says it's amazing when you can remote view events that took place in an alternate reality. yeah, because who can go to that alternate reality and check if you're right? Again, remote viewer Jessica Jones. Anyone know? Like email her. Go email Tex, because Tex don't want to talk to me apparently because he's banned me because why? Bullshit artist, ban. If you're not a bullshit artist, you don't have to ban, right? Right? You understand this, right? Text, you showed your card. You showed your hand. When you banned me, you showed and confirmed that you're a bullshit artist. So get your bullshit remote viewer to remote view the object that I sat on an envelope weeks ago on the show, because the remote viewers are supposed to be able to remote view things in the past, so she should be able to remote view what it was. Let's go. Prove your fucking remote viewing bullshit. Mr. Lee says Lockbeard got the beer virus. No, doesn't exist, Mr. Lee. It didn't happen. There was no beer virus. That was bullshit. Donald says, Dan, the good stuff agree. Her account of the LBL campers getting killed is so fictitious. Daily Dan says, I bet Locke would like Human Centipede. No, that's crazy. Yeah, Mr. Lee, WTF co-host, yeah. Ed McMahon. Donald says, been trying to get pics from Mr. Lee of these UFOs. Mr. Lee says, Ben, I would be rubber smokes, can handle things on his own much better. He can handle things on his own. However, it would be cool if you would join him. Jen says, same way, Lockbeard. If I know it's fake, meh. Haunted attractions that say the monsters won't touch you. Don't touch the monsters. Make those chainsaw guys in the woods. Yeah. Mr. Lee says, Donald, I did show then on Lockbeard's channel. Life says they usually get the van guy first in the horror movies. Yeah. Mr. Lee says, Donald, all I have is iPad. I do not have a camera. Gary says, yeah, I don't go by science whatsoever. Well, the world works on science, Gary. You're using a computer right now that works on science. The electricity works on science. You have a car, works on science. Everything in the world works on science. So you might want to get into the modern times and step out of the Stone Age or wherever you're living, because science is how shit works. You're using a computer, for fuck's sake. Gary, you're using a fucking computer. It works on science. You understand that, right? Come on, man. Get with the program. Stop. Just look. Jesus Christ. HCC hashtag wet ass pussy, I guess is what that means. LCC. Hey, Sparkleton, Johnson, Belinsky. Who are these people? They're getting trolled. Bay Flash says, good, spoke everything into God. I guess she meant God. Spoke everything in existence. Frequency is what it's all about. Donald says, Mr. Lee, I must have missed the show. You remember that episode? They look human in the face, says Benty. Mr. Lee says, Donald, I do not. I will check it and let you know. Mr. Hughes says, Mr. Lee, where did you see the UFO? Bayou Flat says, autocorrect. I meant God spoke. In the sky, man. Mr. Lee, you know what he meant. Donald says, Mr. Lee, the iPad must have a good camera. Zasky gets his amazing Bigfoot faces with no bodies. Yeah. See, Pareidolia. Zasky is the Pareidolia king of Florida. Douche nozzle. Bayou Flat says they're doing black magic. No. Do not worry about CERN. I'm pretty sure you're talking about CERN. Do not worry about CERN. There's nothing. They're just digging around. Grass says if it's a physical particle, it isn't God. Well, I mean, I don't believe in God, unless you want to call the universal consciousness God, but whatever. There is no God that gives a shit about us or created us or whatever. It's that's not how the universe functions, and there's no proof of it whatsoever. What there is proof is the evolution of the religions and how this religion developed into that religion. They split at different points and create new species of religions, and then the ones that are the most virulent and attack other ones and destroy other ones and have rules for, like, you got to have lots of babies. Those are the ones that survive the best. It's evolution. Religions evolve just like life forms. It's amazing. It's amazing to watch, but it also, if you talk to any religious scholar who can explain this whole process of how these religions formed, you can see, okay, yeah, all the fucking religions are bullshit because they all evolved from this older one, and it goes back and back and back until it gets to some bullshit that's so fucking nuts that you're never going to believe in that. So if you can't believe in that, you can't believe in the religions that evolved from it, right? Now, I don't know why people are so. Well, I know why. It's because of the programming. You're programmed to be so resistant to it, and to be offended by the very idea of questioning your religion and your God. But if you can't handle that, if your God cannot handle questioning, well, it's kind of weak, right? But I don't know. Not in the business of converting people. I'm just saying you're not doing yourself any favors if you're believing in something that's so readily and easily proven to have been an invented concept. So you're a lot better off if you know what the truth is, right? The actual truth. The actual truth is cooler, I think, than bearded dude in cloud waves magic wand and creates universe, or the Family Guy. I think it was Family Guy version where he farted out the universe. Mr. Lee says, Mr. Hugh and Donald Lockbeard, I emailed pictures of the UFO. He showed it on one of his shows. Ben T says God is letting CERN do their thing. A lot of God believers up in here. Jimmy Rizzo says, hi, Beard. I'm Rizzo post StreamYard. A new name. Welcome. Says, don't be one sided. Mr. Lee says, catch up, Earl. Oh, I'm trying. Can't remote jack ship. Mr. Yu says, Mr. Lee, what part of the sky did you see them from, or near your home? I don't know which argument you're referring to, Jimmy. Adios then. Don't let the door hit you. Mr. Lee says, Mr. Yu, yes, frequently. Donald says, Lockbeard, I asked her to remote view my experiences. When she found out they were not told to the community, she told me it would take too much out of her. Likely excuse. Yeah, they always have an excuse. When you got them backed into a corner, there's always an excuse. Yeah, Mr. Lee. Yeah, bots. I guess they're bots. Uh, don't believe in it. Life says there was to Donald a red/brown and a dark one hunched over something. What? To what? Yeah, I don't remember when. It was been a while back. Mr. Lee's picture showed Mr. Lee's pictures on here, and it's not like it's like, oh, it's a close up of a obvious spaceship. It's a spot in the sky, so it's not it's not like a really super serious picture. But Donald says life, the one that broke out was a dark color. It was getting dark and I couldn't make out features, but it was bipedal. I feel like there's missing a conversation here. Scrolling back to see. Yeah, I feel like I'm missing some of y'all's you're missing some of y'all's chats. These three. Life says, sounds like my nephew's sighting. Mr. Lee says, rake man made up. Say what? What you talking about? What you talking about, Mr. Lee? That sentence don't make any sense. That sentence don't make any sense, Mr. Lee. Going over to see if does not look like. Looks like there is no Squatch DTV tonight. That sucks. Donald says you missed some chat, Lock. I guess I did. Like, I scroll back and I'm not seeing like what pertains to what y'all are saying now. I don't know if some of it isn't coming through into StreamYard or what. Jay says, just got done eating a grilled ribeye and grilled corn on the cob. Awesome. Life says, that was all I had for a guest, Donald, but was there a shot? Ben T says, I have a couple rakes in the shed. I think what Mr. Lee was trying to ask was, all right, this is like, we're missing a lot of words here, Mr. Lee, but I'm guessing you're asking, is the rake made up? As in, is the cryptid the rake made up? I assume that's what you're trying to ask. I don't know, Mr. Lee. Steve, oh, is he camping with Joe? All right. I guess they're not able to stream out of there. They don't have any signal. Jay says, hello to Donald. Mr. Lee says, ribeye, oh, I had rubbish dinner tonight. Don't tell girlfriend. Jen says, I think that was the plan anyway. I don't know. That's what Jen seems to think. So maybe that's what's going on. I don't know, Mr. Lee. I mean, do we have any real evidence? Has any of the videos supposedly looking at this rake thing been properly analyzed to see if it's CGI? Could it possibly be someone in a suit in some cases? You know, like is there any actual evidence this thing exists? Because I am not convinced it actually exists. So, yeah. Donald says, life. Do you mean, did I shoot at it? Jay says, hey, MIA, Mr. 3 hates your food. Hey, Maya, Mr. Lee hates your food. Yeah, does she watch this stuff, Mr. Lee? You might be in trouble already. Angel says, there we're going they were going to inlet cell service in the Andirondax is spotty at best. Life says kind of, but it didn't really go that way. A misfire. Gary says, go in the woods, Mr. Lee, and see for yourself if you dare to. And it's funny how all these people like say, you need to get out in the woods yourself, blah, blah, blah. You know how much time I've been in the woods? Like, oh, you need, they basically want you, they want to shame you and make you shut up and you don't get to talk if you're not like out in the woods doing what they do, which is usually just hanging out in the woods. They're just hanging out in the woods. They're just camping. Maybe they hoot and holler at the woods or something. They're like an idiot. Look, you don't know what their vocalizations are. You don't know if they even have vocalizations. You can't be certain of that at all. And you're out there hooting at the fucking woods. What the fuck is that going to do? It's not going to do shit. The 1,000 people have done it before you, and I'm sure 1,000 will do it after you. And you want to tell me I can't say anything unless I go out and do that shit too? I'm not going to fucking do it. I've been out in the woods. I usually try not to make a lot of noise when I'm in the woods. I've spent a ton of time out in the wilderness. I've been up in some goddamn mountains and everything else. River valleys, systems, everything. Don't fucking tell me that I can't have an opinion and talk about this issue. Y'all just mad because I come at it with, with logic and reason, and you're trying to. There's people out there here that the ones that are mad about this are the ones who are trying to like bullshit people. You're trying to bullshit people, and you don't like it obviously because I'm calling you out for bullshitting people. You don't have any evidence for some of the bullshit y'all are saying, and some of the shit y'all are claiming is so illogical, so implausible that it's just it just can't be taken to be true at all. You're obviously lying, or you're crazy, you know. So I got plenty to say about this bullshit. I'm sick of it. We've been watching this for decades, just year after year, the same bullshit all the time. Bigfoot documentaries come out, and it's just the same shit, and nothing ever happens. Nothing ever fucking happens. Oh, we got some more stories. Well, we got plenty of stories. We don't need any fucking more stories. People say, oh, the way you are, you're going to scare people from talking. I don't give a fuck. We don't need more stories. We got stories. Stories are just stories. And half of them are lies, maybe more. So I don't give a fuck if people don't want to talk. It ain't going to change shit. What's going to change shit is actual fucking evidence. So I don't give a fuck if people don't want to talk. That's their own issue. Grow a set and talk. I don't know. Some people do eventually. Some people don't. Story is just a story, though. At the end of the day, it doesn't prove shit. It proves something to you if you saw it yourself to some extent. But even then, you got to question it. You have to question it. Could I have been mistaken of what I saw? Could I have hallucinated? Could it have been a dream? Did I have fucking sunstroke? Something. You got to be open minded to the possibility that you could have been mistaken too. But these people saying, the way you are, you're gonna scare people from talking. I don't give a fuck. Because you want stories told on your channels to grow your channel. You don't actually give a fuck about proving the thing exists. I want to prove what if the thing exists. We got plenty of goddamn stories. We got plenty of goddamn stories. We don't need any more fucking stories. We need some goddamn evidence is what we need. Mr. Lee says, Jay Fritz. Oh my God. Mr. Lee says, I go out in the woods all the time. I've seen stuff. Just saying. Yeah, just tell them to shut the fuck up with that shit. Seriously, Gary, shut the fuck up with that shit. I'm sick of people saying that. You act like these people haven't gone out in the woods. Oh, you can't talk unless you're acting like we haven't done it. I guarantee you, I've gone further off the beaten track than half these motherfuckers saying this shit. Guarantee you. But, I'm not necessarily looking for Sasquatch. I'm looking for whatever, or gold or something, but I've been out there. I'm not going to go out there hooting and hollering. Just because you say, well, we're squatching instead of just camping. Because most time these fuckers say, we're squatching. No, you're just fucking camping. You're not doing anything. You're certainly not a goddamn researcher. Y'all are throwing that word around, researcher, just a little too much. You're camping and hoping you see something. That's it. Maybe hooting and hollering at the goddamn woods. Jay says Lockbeard lives in the woods. Yeah, right now pretty much. Like, some of this shit's so thick you can't walk through it. Pretty much. Sure, you can hear the birds and stuff. Probably hear the locusts. It's locust time. The locusts are going nuts. Cicadas. Mr. Lee says boots on the fucking ground. Yeah. Well, yeah, they always say that word. They always say, oh, boots on the ground. Oh, like it's some kind of military operation. Shut the fuck up. God damn it. It's just so hilarious. They're trying to, because they want the logical people to shut the fuck up. So they figure these are good attacks to shut us the fuck up. It's not goddamn work, dumbasses. It's not gonna goddamn work. It's inconvenient for you that we're calling you out for your lies and your bullshit. You guys out there that are doing that. Too fucking bad. Donald says, "Life. I shot a deer, but I am pretty sure they were hunting this deer. After I shot the woods above me came alive with what I assume were these things taking off." Well, I'm sure if you gutted the deer and left that, they'd probably eat that. Hell, you might even want to leave maybe a portion of the carcass behind for them, hang it in a tree. If you're really convinced they're there, say, hey, I'll give this part to you. You got to carry the whole damn thing out anyway, so it might make it easier on you to leave part of it. Some people will say you're wasting it. You're not really wasting it. There's things in the woods that eat meat, so you're not really wasting it. Life says, I'm in the woods all the time, and unless Matlock is on. Gary says, I done none of that stuff whatsoever. I don't know what you're talking about. Benty says, I hoot. Goonie goo goo Eddie Murphy when I'm in the woods. Donald says, Life, do you have some remote view ability? Mr. Lee says, Lockbeard, it makes me mad because I've traveled all over. Yeah. Life says, I don't know. I just say the first thing that comes to mind on a subject. Sometimes I'm right, sometimes I'm wrong. He's zero control. Jay says, me as well, Mr. Lee. Life says, but old growth forest comes to mind. Mr. Lee says, Jay, Fritz, yes, man. I has seen more than London. Pines. Donald says, life is a trackway. I was having jamming problems with the 3030 shells I was using. They were some hot loads my grandfather reloaded. Jen says, "Life, if you have an ability, practice helps control." Gary says, "I was not hashtagging him." Donald says, "Life, it's old growth, but a lot of pine saplings in there too." Life says, "Jen, at times, often it's out of control. It was insane some time back, so I avoid people." Yeah, seriously. Oh, we're boots on the ground. No, you're fucking camping. Just admit, just stop trying to act like you're some kind of Jesus Christ. Oh shit. You might be wearing boots. They tend to come in contact with the ground if you wear them correctly. That's about it. Life says a ridge, Donald. No, the side of a ridge. Donald says the life. Yes, the ridge has like shelves all the way to the summit. Eyes are clouding up. Where's life? Ben says Mr. Lee needs to find us one of those London werewolves. Yeah. Somehow I don't think he's going to be able to find one. I bet there's a few Dogman sightings that come from people watching too many movies, werewolf movies. So their imagination. Because see, when you want look, like pareidolia is a survival thing. Your mind needs to be able to pick out images of things. Like if there's a face in the woods, you need to see it, right? And it's better to fuck up and mistake just some bushes for for a face than to fuck up and not notice a face. It could be someone in there looking to attack your tribe or kill you, or maybe it's a predator that you need to see. So it's better that your mind is overactive in that regard, and you see faces and animals and things when they're not really there. So So, in a purely natural situation, your mind's only going to have the images of things that it knows. Well, we're not in a purely natural situation. So your mind has images of things that are completely not real from movies, right? Because we invented movies and pictures, and we can make these movies, and then you go sit and you watch a movie, and your mind gets imprinted with this image of this werewolf. So now that that pareidolia function of your psyche is going to be looking for that image as well, and sometimes it's going to actually see it, and even though it's not fucking there. Life says one went away, one quartered towards you but away. This conversation is just really like, I don't, you guys, like, there's, it's like some of the things you're saying isn't here or something, or you're communicating psychically half of the sentences and half of the issues that you're talking about. Beautiful man. Scotty J says, just sub today. Hello, everyone. Hello, Scotty J. Welcome. Life says, Benjamin Radford there, Lockbeard. What? I don't know. What do you mean, Benjamin Radford there? I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean there. Donald says, life, when I shot the deer and had to track it, the whole thing went for quite a while. I don't really want to get into it. I have a hard time dealing with some crap that was going on. Mr. Lee says, Lockbeard, I get you. I watched many movies. I can tell the real shit from the fake, though. Just saying. Well, if people would just like, who was that one channel we were talking about? Because the other day, like he'll be filming a stump and there's a face in the stump. Well, okay, you're filming it. Why don't you, while still filming, walk up to the fucking thing that you think is a face and see what it actually is? Because they could totally walk over there, but they never do on this channel. Diesel, I think it's Diesel. So it's a pareidolia channel. It's some straight up Mark Zasky shit. It's a pareidolia channel. He'll be filming and then people are commenting down below. Oh, this is wonderful. This is great. Blah blah. You really got something here. No, he didn't get shit. It's pareidolia. He's filming a pile of leaves or a goddamn stump or some shit, and he could totally just walk up to the damn thing, but he never fucking does. Just walk up to the damn thing and see what it really is. You think you see a face in it, but there's not. And everything, because I'm guarded against that. So I'm looking at it and I'm seeing, okay, yeah, I can see how you might be able to pick a face out of that, but I can also see that it's a goddamn tree stump. And maybe this is worse for people that haven't spent a lot of times in the woods. They're not familiar with the patterns of things and how things look. They see some trees fall over against each other. Like, oh, look, it's an X. The Sasquatch must have made it. No, some fucking trees fell, and sometimes they land like that. Look around, you'll see a bunch of other trees that have fallen too. Most of them aren't in an X. It's just these two happen to fall like that, and it means precisely dick. Doesn't mean anything. It's not a goddamn structure. Stop it. Just fucking stop it. Life says, you went Benjamin Radford there with your pareidolia item. I did. Donald says, Lockbeard, he's telling me things that are coming to his mind about my account. Life says, it's cool, Donald. I've been growled at recovering an animal. I get it. Mr. Lee says, if I had my harpoon, I wouldn't be scared. No, I would walk up to the Sasquatch. Well, you wouldn't need a harpoon if you're over on this Diesel guy's channel because it's all pareidolia. There's no Sasquatch. Just walk up to it. It's not a Sasquatch. And even if it was Sasquatch, why are you afraid to walk up to it? You're in the fucking woods, right? The Sasquatch is close enough for you to see if it is a Sasquatch. If he wanted to fucking kill you, it ain't like you're getting away. You're not outrunning this thing, right? So you might as well just walk up to it and confirm that it is what you think it is. If it is, it'll probably just run away. But that channel, it's all pareidolia. He's always filming. Oh, look at this. It's got a face in it, but no, it's just a stump. Stump squatch. Donald says, life. The whistling mouth pops and whoops were very disturbing to me. Life says, the thing was when I got growled out, I yelled, F you, that's my freaking deer, at the direction. Jay says, I end a lot of sentences with just saying because adding the words dumbass would sound offensive. Scotty says, Lockbeard, in your opinion, who's legit and trustworthy in this field? Oh man, you're talking about a lot of people. I'm primarily paying attention to people on YouTube, right? So it's hard to say sometimes, but if I'm gonna give a short, kind of a short list of channels that seem to be keeping it real, by looking at Squatch Talk with Pat. Going to be looking at Western New York Bigfoot Investigation Group with Joe. Steve Coles, I think. Mogyon Monster. He's really he maintains kind of a neutral ground kind of thing, but he does seem to try to keep it real. Nikki's channel, which is Harry Man Hoaxes and Hoodwinks. I'm sure some other people could give some, but I see somebody, Mr. Lee's mentioning Todd Standing down here. Todd Standing, not legit. Not legit. Obviously not legit. Totally exposed. Like at this point, I think bullshit artist. Donald says, Mr. Lee, when you're 13 years old and are experiencing shit that you don't understand, it was not something I would walk up to. Todd Standing. Scotty says, I had a sighting in March, just trying to get the best information out there. Yeah. Just be careful, man. There's a lot of people spreading a lot of bullshit. And things get really way off the rails. And it's just, look, what are the facts? What are the facts? Thomas Steenberg says, stick to the facts. Don't deviate from the facts. What are the actual facts? So you're trying to figure out what you saw. What's the most plausible explanation for what you saw? I'm assuming you're meaning you saw what you would call, what you think was a Sasquatch. Well, what'd you see? Would you say, like, how would you describe it? Most people, they describe something that looks like it's a big hairy man. Well, maybe that's exactly what it is. Just a big hairy man. It's not an alien. It's not an interdimensional being. It's not a freaking ghost or an angel or any of the other crazy shit that people come up with. Maybe it's just a big hairy man. It's funny. It's like for some people, it's almost harder to believe that it's just a simple big hairy man than it is to believe it's an interdimensional portal jumping alien thing. They want to see, so many people, they want to believe in this fantasy about Bigfoot, that it's this thing or that thing or something that pertains to their religion. Some people claim it's the Nephilim out of the fucking Bible. No evidence for any of this shit. But what do you got? You got a sighting, you saw something. What did it look like? It was upright, hairy, big hairy man. Well, why is that? Why is the simplest explanation, Occam's razor, why is the simplest explanation being treated as if it's not the easiest, the most believable explanation? Why is it so hard to think, okay, look, these people are seeing big hairy men, so why can't a race of big hairy people be living and hiding in the woods? Why is that so hard to believe? They specialize at hiding from us, it would seem. That's why they're so good at it. If someone really wanted to hide from the rest of humanity, a member of our race, we could do it. You just go out and you're fully committed to staying hidden, and people would not be able to find you. Not very easily, not with some serious technology. And, but we appear to be looking at a race of big hairy people who specialize at this on a genetic level. They are selectively bred to avoid our kind of human and hide very, very well. Why is that so much? You got people over here, they want to believe they're magical things and they come from another dimension and they use portals and they cloak like the Predator from the Predator movie, right? And there's all this crazy stuff. They're talking to people in their minds. They're claiming they're being telepathically communicated with. They call it this stupid word mind speak. It's a really dumb fucking word. It's telepathy. Use the right fucking word. But No, I mean, these people want to believe all this crazy shit. Maybe you're hearing voices in your head because you're schizo, or maybe a lot of these people are just making shit up. We know people make shit up; they get caught all the fucking time. So, the fantastical stories, the ones that are very implausible, we just got to throw those out and listen to people like Jay here in the chat who saw a big hairy dude hunting hogs. Very believable. I mean, there's no crazy shit going on there. If there's a big hairy race of people in the woods, I imagine they eat some fucking hogs. They're going to need to hunt some hogs, right? They got to eat. They're people. So, yeah. As soon as, like, if I was you, as soon as you smell the woo, any of the crazy shit, they start talking about all the crazy shit, like, get the fuck out. Just get out, because it's only going to get worse from there. You certainly haven't heard the craziest shit yet if you start hearing crazy shit. So, like Squatch Talk and Western New York Bigfoot Investigation Group and Mogollon Monster, uh, Hairy Man Hoaxes and Hoodwinks. She's kind of specialized in looking at the hoaxes and stuff, but that's good for you to see. That's good for you to see where the hoaxes have happened in the past, and and so you can be on the lookout for bullshit like that. Mr. Lee says Mogs always keeps it real. Life says the growl was off my left shoulder. The deer was directly in front of me. Ben says just saying equals disorder catchphrase. Scotty says I've checked Mogs out. He seems very real. Yeah, he's pretty. He's. It's a good one to check out. Occasionally, he gets guests that are way fucking nuts. I'll just say right now, Vault of Nightmares pops on there, run. That dude's fucking nuts, and he threatens people all the time on YouTube. If you don't believe me, go check out his channel, and you'll see him do it. He does it all the fucking time. He's been doing it for a long time. He's got probably I don't know if he's just got a tiny ass dick or whatever that he has to pump himself up by intimidating people, which ain't fucking working here, obviously. Right, Donald? Meredith says, Benty, Bunny, Goni, my stomach hurts. What the hell? Benty says, Meredith, I'm teaching them to say that, or attempting to. But there you go. Donald already got into that. Number one bullshitter is Vault Keeper. Vault Keeper, D2D DOS, and Dark Sewage, Hidden Existence, which I sometimes call hidden exaggeration. Oh, Dark Sewage is actually called Dark Waters, but I call them Dark Sewage. Bigfoot Odyssey, which is Bullshit Odyssey. Anything that's got Mark Zasky involved is bullshit. Like he just deals in pareidolia. Elephants in the clouds. That's what he deals with. Scotty says yes. Say Sasquatch, a big hairy man, 8 foot tall and huge. Yep. That's basically it. Meredith says Ben now would be hilarious. Life says my nephew sighting the thing, got up in front of him and walked across the spur about 40 yards away. Jay says finding Bigfoot is like passing a fart. If you have to force it, it's probably shit. Life says, you okay, Donald? Mr. Lee says, Lockbeard, I did shave my beard off and I've decided to grow my back hair instead. A ginger mane. Okay, dude. You do what you want to do. Ben says, Meredith, imagine a 1,200-pound Arnold Schwarzenegger accented voice saying Goonie Goonie or Goonie Goo Goo Eddie Murphy outside a state campground at 2 a.m. That would be kind of weird. Scotty says, I never thought about Bigfoot until my sighting. It blew me away. Yeah, that happens to a lot of people, it seems. Jen says, Scotty, if you want to talk to someone about it that has seen one, try Joe at Western New York Bigfoot Investigation Group. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be good. Like you definitely want to talk to someone who has. Maybe Jay's usually there in the chat. Jay's seen one. And they both basically had the same sighting, right? You basically saw a big hairy dude trying to hunt something. Pretty much. Although I think Jay's did not notice that he was there or something, or at least didn't care. Donald says, Ginger Squatch of London, Mr. Lee. So freaking awesome. Joe's a good listener, says life. Yeah. Yeah. That's important. Like, sometimes you get, like, if you have a guest on your show, I think it's useful to let them, like, talk. Not everyone on YouTube is capable of, like, letting other people talk on their show. If you're going to have guests, it's kind of good to let them, like, get some words in edgewise. Y'all can just speculate who I might be referring to. Scotty says, okay, thanks, Jen. Mr. Lee says Donald Gray and Ginger, yes. So Mr. Lee is salt and pepper ginger. Donald says, not intimidated at all. That vault is a goof. Yeah. Yeah, just a goofball. Mr. Lee says, I am missing half the chat. What the fuck? I don't know what to tell you, Mr. Lee. YouTube's a bitch. It hides some shit. So that's why I like throwing it up like this, because it's there. And if people change something, like if you change your name from Mr. Lee 3PO to something else, well, someone watching this on the replay will see that message under your original name and know that you changed your name when they look over here. So, because some people have tried that, changing their names to kind of, I don't know, hide what they said or something. Life says, Leon, just don't mention Bigfoot on a moose carrying a case of Molson Golden. Raptor Crazy's here late in the show, but he is here. Welcome. Leon's great to talk to. Yeah, you definitely, Scotty, you may want to one day have an opportunity to talk to Leon. Mr. Lee says, I can see you, Raptor Crazy. Donald says, the one I saw, I don't recollect any major height to it, but it seemed like it was well built. Leon have a YouTube channel, Bigfoot Okanagan. See if I can find it. There it is. There it is. I'm going to pop it up on the screen here. Bam. And Scotty, I'm going to put the link to his channel in the chat. And we'll look at Bigfoot. We'll look at the like Western Bigfoot Investigation Group channel too, I think. They've made it harder to do this sharing stuff, but I'll do it. So that's the link. That link I put in chat there is Leon's channel here. So Leon, here's where he talked about the pixie guy. And if it'll go through.
I want you to go back into your memory banks of before you were ever online looking for Sasquatch. Okay, once you go back, you can go back during that time in your life when you were interested in Sasquatch. You saw in search of Bigfoot, and you've seen these other documentaries about Sasquatch and how that started giving you a priming in your mind of curiosity towards these bipedal giants that seem to walk through the forest. This is kind of how most of us had started off. So we saw usually through TV or documentaries.
So that's Leon. Let me see here. Western New York. Here we go. There's a Western New York Bigfoot investigation group. That's Joe. I'll throw his link in the chat too. Bam. I think we probably need a little excerpt of him too, don't we? Yep.
But at that time, Sally was in the tent sleeping, and that raccoon going, she didn't budge, and she's a coon dog, right? I mean, it's in her name, Walker Treen Coonhound, and she did not even react when that thing was going off. She was just in the bed sleeping. Right, and that's what Moog said. And she was like, "Well, I guess she thought she's a."
And Scotty, that's a picture that was drawn of the Sasquatch that that Joe described that he saw. So pretty cool. Life says, sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name. Raptor says, hello, everyone. Hope you're having a good weekend. You too, Raptor. There's a link to Bigfoot Okanagan. Life Trackway says, Scotty, you've seen Leon often at Joe's. Leon has been a bit busy of late. Oh, you're welcome, Scotty. Jen says, Lock, drop Joe's as well. Yep, did that. Joe is great to talk to. So is Nikki, and especially Sean. There's Joe's link, Moog's link. Mr. Lee, like, okay, hold on a second. We're getting a lot of links here. Well, there's Nikki's. Get Nikki's up there. Perryman, hoaxes, and hoodwinks. On the of course, there's the tall ones. We can't forget him.
1 second, folks.
Sometimes she has his game nights, Scotty, over on her channel. Here's there's Nikki's link there for Harryman Hoaxes and Hoodwinks channel. Yeah, I know, Mr. Lee. You want to be a mod? I'd let you be a mod, Mr. Lee. I could deal with that. If we're gonna be doing the link dropping game up in here, you seem to be pretty good at it. Bad echo. I don't know why I'd have an echo. Jack's link. Talking about the beef jerky. Full-time job. Yeah, Mr. Lee. There's Nikki's Harryman Hoaxes and Hoodwinks channel link. Don't forget the Squatching Cowboy. Yeah, Squatching Cowboy. There's quite a few good ones, man. Great Fourth. Never watched Brent's channel. Yeah, the tall ones, Brent's channel. That Scotty, if you're still here. Brent, that's Brent there below Nikki. His channel is the tall ones. Where you been? Yeah, Cowboy's rolling up in here. Welcome, Squatchy Cowboy. Just tired. Just tired. He's tired, man. The fireworks are going off. Oops. Tall ones. Put that in chat. Might be easier, like if you click the link, open it in a new tab, and then so you can look at the tab later, or even bookmark them, But I mean, well, this chat's going to be here. Like, you can always come back to this chat and get the links if you need to get them later. Scotty said you're writing them down, but that's well, I didn't put on there that is the tall ones link right there. Just click the link and you can sub from there. Yeah, just sub also. Raptor says, the Squatching Cowboy, haven't seen any new videos about barbecue. Are you okay? What's going on? Man, don't barbecue often enough. Raptor gets concerned. Trying to find, well, there's Thomas Steenberg. We got to remember Thomas Steenberg, right? Let's see here. Well, he don't actually go on screen on this, I guess. Oh, well. Put him in the chat. Squatching Cowboy says, working on a new funny video. Can't afford the gas to go out. Barbecue, says Ben T. Well, Why can't I find the Squatching Cowboy up in here? What's going on here? There he is. Getting ready to getting ready to think that YouTube unsubbed me or something. Still subbed. Because they do that sometimes. You gotta watch out for their bullshit. There's a Squatching Cowboy link in the chat. There's Thomas Steenberg, and then did cook ribeyes on a grill today. Cowboy ever considered a bicycle? You wash your mouth out, Mr. Lee. There's the Squatching Cowboy channel. Jay says, I think me and Volt should have an Ebonics channel. How to speak like a redneck. Can't with these knees, Mr. Lee says, Squatch Cowboy. Raptor says, Cowboy, did you make a video? I can't wait if you did. Oh, did he make a video? He's made a lot of videos. Yeah, David, Bigfoot and More is a good one. Yeah. Squatching Cowboy's made a lot of videos. He's got some of the most variable thumbnails you'll ever see. Like all kinds of thumbnail action going on.
So you're the guy they tell me about. The one's been watching my videos and not subscribing. Well, I need you to real slowly. Reach over there so slow. I can count the hairs on the back of that hand. And hit that subscribe button. And don't you dare forget to hit that notification bell.
And that's your Squatching Cowboy. Mr. Lee says, Cowboy, I have ribeye tomorrow. I'm doing the cooking this time, though. Cowboy says, this new one is really hard one for me. A lot of tech stuff I don't get. Donald says, Central Florida Bigfoot is great for learning cameras. Yeah, he knows the cameras, man. Central Florida Bigfoot. And he seems to keep it real. He ain't running down all these crazy rabbit holes with all the woo bullshit. So, yeah. So I don't know what else. Mr. Lee says, Texas, yeehaw. Yeah, there's still a little bit of that going on down there. A little bit of yeehaw. Life says CFB, that's Central Florida Bigfoot, is great to talk to. Very receptive. Mr. Lee just misspoke. He said Texas is good for Dogman. What Mr. Lee really means is Texas is good for bullshit. Scotch Cowboy says, but I didn't know how to edit when I first started, and I think I am doing pretty good now. Awesome. Mr. Lee says Zasky for skunk ape. Zasky for pareidolia bullshit. Zasky ain't taking pictures of no skunk ape. He's taking pictures of faces in the shadows and in the bushes. Mr. Lee, we're trying to talk about the good channels here, not the bullshit channels. Next thing you know, you're gonna bring up, oh fuck, dude, Bigfoot Anon for flat Earth bullshit. Absolute, complete bullshit. Easily demonstrated to be bullshit, and yet people out there are actually believing that nonsense. It's crazy. It's nuts. You're going to confuse the guy, Mr. Lee. You're bringing up all these bullshitters. Next thing you know, you're going to bring up Long Island Bigfoot, who is also full of shit and caught stealing people's materials. Caught. Igor for cell phone Sasquatch connection. Yeah, Igor supposedly talked to a Sasquatch on a cell phone in front of people at the, was it Michigan conference? Was it? Yeah. Holy shit, dude. A Russian Bigfoot. He talked to a Russian Bigfoot on the cell phone. Why in the fuck did he not talk to one here? Jen says, poor Scotty, y'all are going to confuse him. Yeah, Mr. Lee, you should be ashamed of yourself. Life says, who's the other guy that used to squatch with the Chris feller in Florida that had a breakdown? Who? Yeah, Scotty, you don't want to. Mr. Lee's spouting out a bunch of bullshit channels here. You don't want any of those. Like that Zasky fella, man, he is so full of shit. He is the pareidolia king of Florida. Pareidolia, if you're not familiar, is when you see faces in clouds or in a bush or in a shadow. You see images, or your mind's looking for familiar images, and makes mistakes sometimes and sees these images and things where there's nothing. That thing isn't actually there. There's not really an elephant in the clouds. There's not really a Sasquatch in that bush. So Mark Barton, is Mark Barton a good one or a bad one? On the trail of Bigfoot? I don't know. He's in his 60s, big guy. He used to squatch with that Chris feller in Florida that had a breakdown. Not recalling. I don't know. Scotty says, I'm referring to the Rush guy. Oh, yeah. He got up on stage during, I think it was the Michigan Bigfoot conference. I could be wrong, but it was one of the Bigfoot conferences. He got on stage, got on a cell phone, and proceeded to have a conversation with a Bigfoot on the cell phone. Naturally, people aren't really buying into that, and then of course that same conference has bullshit artist speakers anyway. So it's a bullshit fest. It's not a place to go for. You're gonna have a hard time sorting out. There's probably some good information you would find there, but you're gonna get all the bullshit artists. So you got to sort it out. You might as well just not go. Bigfoot conferences, man, I don't know, man. You probably don't want to go to a Bigfoot conference. There's too much bullshit being peddled there, because it's a money-making thing for some people to peddle this bullshit fantasy that, it's just ridiculous. Mr. Lee, you should apologize. How dare you? Life says, yes, on the trail of Bigfoot. He had a meltdown by a campfire. Donald says, the cowboy asked Old Bear when he was going to gun down his Bigfoot. He said, soon. He said he already gunned down like 3 of them. Yeah, that's another one, Scotty, you don't want anything to do with. You don't want anything to do with Old Bear. Old Bear's Den of Bigfoot YouTube channel. The dude's so full of shit. He claims he shot like 3 Bigfoot or some bullshit like that. Ain't got one little finger to show for it, but he shot like 3 of them apparently, according to him. He's so full of shit. Mr. Lee says Iron Dogger for snowmobiles. Yeah, steer clear of Iron Dogger. She's hooked up with Bullshit Odyssey and Hidden Exaggeration and Patrick Vaughn. Patrick Vaughn, who's exposed himself as a bullshit artist because, again, why would he block all these people if he wasn't, hiding from the people that are questioning the bullshit that he was talking about? So no to that one. It sucks, because the people liked her, but she kind of betrayed the logical side of Bigfoot. The people that want to look for the truth and keep shit real, she jumped over on the side of bullshit. So what are you going to do? Jen says, Scotty, if you want to talk to someone, start with Joe at Western New York Bigfoot Investigation Group. Or maybe Jeff Harding at Pine Island Research. They both have seen one up close. Jay says, sex after 50 is different. You don't know if it's a heart attack or an orgasm or a bad cramp. Donald says, it was the Nebraska conference. Squatch Cowboy says, Patrick Vaughn, professional tracker. Yeah. So he says. Life says, Jeff can be tough to reach, though. Mr. Lee says, Old Bear for 33 Sasquatch shootings. Yeah. Donald says, Patrick Vaughn is another one that blocks people over simple questions. Yeah, because he's got something to hide. He's bullshitting us. Is it everything? Is it part of it? I don't know, but he's bullshitting us on something. Patrick Vaughn claims to have seen some Sasquatches fucking. Well, either fucking or giving birth. I wasn't clear on that chat, like which one he was referring to. I'm thinking he's probably mean fucking. Like he's supposedly so privileged and such a good tracker that he has witnessed Bigfoots getting their groove on. I'm going to call bullshit. I'm going to call bullshit on old Patrick Vaughn. Sorry, Patrick. If you didn't want people to, if you didn't want to confirm for people that you were full of shit, you shouldn't have started blocking people, because that tells us that you're full of shit. Mr. Lee says, Patrick Vaughn for Sasquatch birthing sighting. Yeah. Cowboy says, let's not forget about the Bigfoot that was masturbating while watching a blonde-headed woman in her house. That's what Old Bear told me. Oh, shit. Man. Mr. Lee says Kerry Arnold membership only. Yeah, you don't want to go anywhere near Kerry Arnold. His whole bullshit situation over there. Lai says Joe is by far the most receptive. Oh, yeah. 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 Joe's really easy to talk to. So, I don't know. I mean, you should jump over. Scotty, maybe that's what you should do. If you're comfortable telling your sighting, and talking on camera, jump over on Joe's channel. See if you can like he's out camping right now apparently, but jump over on and see if you could jump on there and tell him your sighting. Experiences, those questions asked, yeah. Donald Fuller, like Jen, like co-hosts with him sometimes, so maybe she's got a more direct line to maybe y'all can plan it. Maybe you can plan to, have Scotty join y'all on a particular night. Donald says, I think he saw both sex and birth, and his tree knock equation is, yeah. Patrick Vaughn has created the equation, which he doesn't understand what a fucking equation is. The way he uses the word isn't quite right. But anyway, he's got an equation. He's figured out an equation. If you knock at Bigfoot, Bigfoot knock back. Mr. Lee, you better behave. Joe Parker. Scotty says, my sighting was as straight as it gets. Nothing weird except for the Sasquatch. Yeah, and there's a ton of people, same thing. They saw Sasquatch. So now they're looking for answers. They come out here trying to figure out what the fuck. And then they run across all these crazy channels that are out there. So hopefully you gathered some that are good ones. Definitely, because it doesn't have to be a fantastical story necessarily. It's like no one's expecting, an epic tale. It's just because for most people it's not. It's just you were at a place, you saw a fucking thing, end of story. But it's good to hear. I mean, like I think we need to, definitely, hear the stories where it's just there's nothing crazy. It's just someone that saw something, right? That's cool. People need to understand that the vast majority of sightings that seem credible, they just saw a big hairy dude. That's it. It was dude. He was big and he was fucking hairy. That's it. No portals, no cloaking, no telepathy. No great message to mankind from the Sasquatch people. No crazy shit. Just big, hairy. Michael's here. Welcome. Ben says Joe called me a liar. He can tell you the same. Did he? Mr. Lee says, Hayward, where you been? Purple M, yeah. Life says, yes, he does, Jen. Did you ever see Pat's channel with Joe and Jay on there when a lady came on and told her experience? It was impressive to watch. Raptor says, now you guys know how I feel when I'm talking to these other channels and they call me a troll and I'm a piece of crap when I call them out. Well, I think sometimes you're calling people out like a little too aggressively, maybe, that don't really like, you know what I mean? But obviously here you can tell, like, you can call people out all you fucking want. Call them the fuck out. I know you don't like Patrick Vaughn. Oh shit. Y'all went round and round. And so yeah, it's just like if someone tells a story as simple as Joe's story and Jay's story and apparently Scotty's story here, they just saw a big hairy dude. There's nothing fantastic to, so they just saw a big hairy dude. So, really it's all it ain't like they're making something that's like an utterly ridiculous claim. Like, I saw it and it disappeared right before my eyes, like the Predator. you know, just crazy stuff like that. Or it was talking to me in me head. It was they call it mind speak. It was mind speaking to me. It was telepathically communicating with me. Okay, well, you had a schizoid episode or something. Um, Again, and challenge like it's just like the challenge for remote viewers. Remote view the object I put here. No one's been able to accomplish it. Also, mind speak to me. If mind speak's real, then one human can mind speak to another, right? Well, let's bring it on. I'm still not hearing any voices in my head except for the normal ones. Just kidding. There's no voices in my fucking head. You mind speakers, where the fuck are you? Don't exist. It appears that you don't exist. And I know you're going to have some excuse. Oh, well, you're not open to it, or we're not going to justify that with a response, with a telepathic response. You don't deserve to talk. Whatever bullshit you want to come up with, you're full of shit. You're full of shit. Sorry. Michael says, Michelle Lee, I've been making fireworks. Making fireworks. Life says, eating Taco Bell, Michael. Oh, shit, dude. You know, I'm having a serious craving for some Taco Bell right now. You have no idea. I could destroy some Taco Bell right now. Mr. Lee says, have you tried Patrick Vaughn equation, Lockbeard? One tree knock for hello, 2 for fuck off. I'm the woods knocking sounds come from the woods just because the woods is being the woods. You know, no one's going to convince me of that. Yeah, they say, oh, I heard a knock. Like, whatever, dude. The woods make noise. The wood pops sometimes. You know, sometimes, you know, woodpeckers, anything. There's all kinds of shit it could be, but they're like, I heard a knock. It must be Sasquatch. No, it must not be Sasquatch. It must be something that we already know about that knocks. You know, is there a remote possibility it could be Sasquatch? Sure, but no one's observed them doing that. So until then, it is a way long shot to assume that. You're just assuming way too fucking much. But Jen says, Scotty, I do a show with Joe. If you want to talk to him, I can let him know your screen name to look out for. Well, I wonder if he could email him or something and say, hey, this guy's got he saw one. He wants to talk about it. Do you want to, Scotty, do you want to talk about it on, like, come on, jump on a show and talk with it to somebody about that? I mean, some people find it helps them deal with it. So I don't know if you want to, but hold on a second. I'll bring up Joe's channel on the screen again here. So Scotty, you see on the screen there's Jay on the bottom, Joe on the top left. Molly's got her avatar in front of her, but Molly is Joe's wife. And anyway, Jay had a pretty tough, it was pretty tough on him seeing this thing, because it was just, this is a big kind of scary looking thing in the woods that he didn't know was there until that day. But he finally told his story after, what was it, 55 years, I think? Jen says, life, no, don't really go to Pat's. Yeah. I go to Pat's all the time. I like Pat's show. Some people, I guess maybe he rubs them the wrong way or something, because some people don't like him. But he keeps shit real, tries to keep it logical. He's trying his best to keep that woo shit pushed away, because it's just dumb. There's nothing to support that it's real. So, and that's the channels we need. Talking to people on here. Mr. Lee says, Raptor, I know how you feel. Sometimes people try my patience, man. Ben T says, Joe and his buddy Steve called me a liar and shut me down. No, I'm not. When did this? What? I'm confused about what you're talking about here. Like Steve who, and like, what are you talking about? Like, when did this happen? Can you tell us when it happened? Like, was it on Western New York Bigfoot Investigation Group channel? Is it, and Steve who? Steve Calls? I mean, Life says that was sometime back, Jen. I followed the story and found something interesting. Raptor says, 3PO, I thought I was the only one to appreciate that. Not alone. Life says, you're in a Faraday cage 24/7 with that van, Lockbeard. No wonder you don't hear voices. Well, there are the windows. There's windows. That's not part of the cage, though. The side doors are wide open. This door is open. The windows are down. It's not a very good Faraday cage. Still get a cell phone signal. Still picking up Wi-Fi. So Danny's here. He says 3 hours. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck happened. Was planning on watching Hairy Man Hoaxes and Hoodwinks at 6, and then Squash DTV at 8. But apparently neither one of them's on tonight. Nikki injured her knee and couldn't do her show. And I guess they're telling me Steve Coles is out camping with Joe and Molly. So he's not doing a show either. So I guess I'm filling in. Sorta. Jay says, all this old fart knows is it was a huge mofo. Hey, South Carolina. Ben T says, don't do it. What happened? I'm sorry you feel like you had a bad experience. I don't recall that. When did it happen? What happened? Like, what did you say? Like, for Joe, and man, you'd have to have said something pretty nuts. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm just saying, you probably, like, what did you say to them to get that kind of response? I don't recall that ever happening, but I'm kind of wondering, curious now. And you lazy boy. Jay says, I felt very comfortable with Joe and Jen. Northern Kentucky is where Scotty's from. Life says, Jen, the family well couple, was having Bigfoot sightings somewhat regular on their property. Older couple. Anyhow, her story seemed very real. That is me all day. Uncomfortable, says Mr. Lee. Scotty says 5 minutes from downtown Cincinnati. Ben says, what kind of lie detector do Joe and Steve use? Well, I don't know. I don't know. I started a channel and document the incidents much older. When did this conversation have happen on a live stream, and when was it, Ben? Because I'm curious now. Mr. Lee says, Scotty, you have good barbecue there. Oh, I'm sure he's got some barbecue, Mr. Lee. Timmy Boy says, Lockbeard, my introduction, please. Okay.
Come on.
Mr. Lee, don't do that to him. Steve Ishtal. Dude reads emails and does a bad job of it. He accepts all the email. Like, so many people are probably lying their asses off. Some of the stories are so goddamn ridiculous. It's insane. Like, does he filter them at all? I don't think he does. And he just buys into some crazy shit. Binti says Joe and Steve Kroll. I'll link it to. I don't think he'll be able to. You can't put links in chat, so YouTube don't let you unless you're me or you're a mod. Tim Boyle, I missed you. Raptor says, I apologize. What Joe are you talking about? Pine Island Research or the other Joe? Pine Island Research is not Joe. That's Jeff Harding. Pine Island Research. Joe is Western New York Bigfoot Investigation Group, or Joe the Squatching Cowboy. But we're talking about Joe, Western New York Bigfoot Investigation Group. Right. Hold on. Right, y'all. Right, y'all. Swamp. Oh, you're not gonna. Oh, wait, I don't know who you're talking about. Hold on. You're not gonna talk this about L.A. Louisiana swamp ape who tried to push off some fucking thermal and say it was a Sasquatch. And you ain't see. I challenge anyone to come up with pictures this good, dude. Yeah, it's happened. Way better. Your thermal images don't show shit. Michelle says, Binti, Steve Coles does get on my nerves a bit. I'm learning to tolerate him, though. Well, he's just not going to accept any kind of bullshit, so that's the thing. So if you're if someone's blowing smoke, he's probably going to call it. Not sure what that's about. Raptor says, Western New York Bigfoot. Too far at all. A little late. A little bit late. I didn't plan on going no 3 hours again. It's crazy. Jay says that's not like Joe. He hears everyone out. Yeah, I'm confused. I don't know why. Like, has Ben left? Because it just doesn't sound like something Joe would do. That's why I'm curious. I want to see what he's talking about. Maybe there was a misunderstanding. Joe doesn't do that. Unless you made some kind of really crazy claim, but missed everything. Tim Bush says, I like Coles. He's at least a real dude, Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee says, Tim Boy, as I say, Steve Coles is growing on you. Easy fork. How's Miss April? She good. Squatch Cowboy says, and not this Joe. Scotty says, Jen, I was sitting on my front porch at my home and the thing stepped out of the woods on me. Huh. Jay says, Scotty, I was born 18 miles from LBL. Raptor says, Lockbeard, you always had a good show. You just got to watch what you say, like I said before, so YouTube doesn't shut you down. Oh, yeah. I get shut down every so often, but I always come back. They, you know. Jay says I had 2,400 acre farm south of Cadiz, Kentucky. Life is a trackway. Says, dang, Jay, that's some land. Yeah, I need some of that land, Jay. Timmy Boy says, Lockbeard, that's the problem with Squatch Talk now. He doesn't call out anything anymore, even apologize for exposing it in the first place. So you feel like he's, what am I looking for? Being too diplomatic, maybe? Too diplomatic? Trying not to hack everybody off. Yeah, maybe. Jen says, to Scotty, wow, East Fork State Park is where I had experience. Not a full sighting, so I was wondering if you were close to there. Jay says, yeah, tell me we lease sometimes 10,000 acres. Mr. Lee says, I like Joe Satch more Molly of, though. What? More Molly of, though. You want more Molly? Jay says, thank God I grew up and left. Scotty says, I'm thinking they use the Ohio River in the spring and fall to migrate. I heard a lot of crazy things in October also, but didn't think much of it at the time. There's a lot of people that think that they might migrate. Unfortunately, there's not really adequate information to say that, though. There just isn't. They might stay put. But, pretty much any animal moves around to some extent. So, but as far as like a large scale migration, like, well, hell, we can't even observe the things reliably yet, let alone observe that they migrate. So, people should be careful about how much they claim, how much they claim that they migrate, like we really don't know. We really don't know. Life is a trackway says, I've never heard your encounter, Jen. Knox, chatter, eye shine. Jay says, yes, sir. Scotty, eerie, sometimes real bush. Life says, if Bigfoot does migrate, it's daylight related, not food related. Raptor says, Bigfoot comes in the spring. They leave in the fall before it gets winter. And yes, they do use the Ohio River. A lot of reports. Well, that's a lot. That's a lot of now. We don't know that. We really don't know that. I mean, people can make reports all day long, but what can they prove? What can they prove? Because I don't think, like, if the suggestion is that they seasonally migrate because of the temperature, I don't think they give a shit how cold it gets in Ohio area. I mean, especially when you got Sasquatch all the way up in Canada, man. I don't think the cold fucking bothers them at all. I think the only reason they would move about is if they were under some kind of threat, or there wasn't enough food where they were at, or something like that. But yeah. Tanny Boy says, if you have a channel like Squatch Talk with the passion he had, you should protect the subject like he used to, in my opinion, Lockbeard. Mr. Lee says, Jay Fritz, you like Bush? What are you trying to say, Mr. Lee? What exactly are you trying to get at here? Cowboy says, damn, Jay, talking about a real Bush. Sounds really similar. Better behave. Jay says, shaven preferred. Tim Boy says, Raptor, why can't I see you in chat? Man, YouTube might be blocking him unless he's got you blocked. I don't know why he would block you. But if you look up at the top of the chat and where it says top chat, click it, and it'll give you where you can choose live chat, and then switch to live chat, and you might be able to see Raptor then. I don't know if you might already be on live chat, because sometimes YouTube just says, fuck this person, we're going to block him, and this one person over here, or these 2-3 people can't see him. Like, it isn't everybody. It isn't always everybody. Sometimes it's just certain people. I don't know why or how the algorithm works to figure that out. Their AI bot nonsense, but it does. Like one person will be hidden from like only certain people, not everybody. Scotty says the Ohio River is literally over the hill from my house. Tanny Boy says Jay loves Bush. Jay agrees. Life says, I truly believe it's daylight. But what is the evidence that proves that, though? Like, why? You know, I just don't see where there's any evidence that proves that. It's just a speculation at this point. Raptor says, someone tell Timmy Boy he probably blocked me in chat one time. That or from Nikki's channel. Not the Bushmaster. Life says, as far as sightings, my second suspect sighting was no bear. Scotty says, yeah, we really don't know anything about these creatures. Cowboy says, I never see PV anymore, Patrick Vaughn anymore, thank goodness, yeah. You don't need the third generation tracker who claims to got the Sasquatch knocking language equation figured out and gets to watch Sasquatch fuck and give birth, but never can seem to get any goddamn evidence. Confirmed evidence. Mr. Lee says, Michael, oh man, I'm trying to behave, man. Tim Boy says, I block no one. Hell, I even welcome all haters. Ben T says, we'll post links tomorrow in the comment section. I don't even know if YouTube will let you do that. Can you tell me like what the date was? And it was on Joe's show? Ben? Donald says, Scotty, it's all speculation at this point. Life says, the reported eye is Lockbeard. Nowhere in nature does an animal have such night vision and perfect day vision. Reported. Yeah, but dude, how does any of these people know what Sasquatch can actually see? They can't possibly know that. We don't have a specimen to look at their eye, the anatomy of their eyes to get an idea that way. And we don't have live specimens to test to see what they can see. You need a live specimen. There's no way anyone can claim to know what Sasquatch can see. For all we know, their vision may be worse than ours. we don't know. There's no evidence. I mean, I know there's people out there claiming, and they get this whole shit, and they're like, some people say they have eye shine, and some people say they are bioluminescent eyes, which don't make any goddamn sense whatsoever. And then some people say they can see infrared, and there's a lot of claims out there with no evidence, and it's not possible that they could have evidence at this point without live specimens, because even a dead specimen don't tell you enough. You need live Sasquatch specimens to actually know what they can see. So all these are just claims. They're reports, the reported eyes, it just claims. It doesn't tell us anything. We don't know. We don't know what they can see. Someone might look at a bat and say, damn, that thing must be able to see good. It can find a little moth in the night. No, damn thing can't see at all with its eyes. It's just don't start yelling Patrick Vaughn. Yeah, Timmy Boy don't like Patrick Vaughn either. Raptor says, someone tell Timmy Boy I never had a problem with him in other channels. He's been pretty good to me. And yes, I'm ignorant, but I'm not dumb. Well, Timmy might not have you blocked, Raptor. It might be YouTube doing YouTube stupid shit. So that could be it. Mr. Lee says, it wasn't me doing no blocking. I'm telling you, Lockbeard, I like to hear the people's point of view. You love him, though, Timmy, says Cowboy. Life says, you can't have both. Nature doesn't work that way. Squatching Cowboy says, yes, there is, Lock. Just ask Old Bear. Fucking Old Bear. Oh, shit. Mr. Lee says, Timmy Boy, Patrick Vaughn will never say hello to you again. No, he will not. He will not do it. He'll block you. Life says, always with the big black eyes. Tim Boy says, there you are, Raptor. Good to see you. We always been cool. Raptor says, at Timmy Boy, I can see your comment now. I saw it earlier. You've been good to me. I have no problems with you. I'm kind of off the wall, but you know that. Timmy Boy says, Patrick Vaughn hates me. I just don't know what I've done. You fucking ask too many questions, man. You gotta stop asking questions. How dare you question Patrick Vaughn's claim that Sasquatch was fucking cloaked, like the goddamn Predator movie. It was cloaked. It's just we haven't seen one other creature on the planet that can do this. They can change colors and patterns like a cuttlefish, or fucking chameleons, or some frogs. I mean, different things can do that, but that they're trying to say it's some fucking light bending. You got to think people have run with that so much that they're trying to find some way to justify saying it, because they're like, oh well, these hairs, they're hollow and they bend the light. Whatever, dude. Whatever. Tim Boy says, yeah, Raptor, it's always good to have another agitator in chat. Mr. Lee says, too many questions. Yes, exactly. Do not ask questions. Cowboy says, Tim Boy, I know why he blocked me, because I caught him in a lie. Mr. Lee says, Cowboy, what lie? Jay says, I wish I had been a bear that I saw. At least I would. Oh, you wish it had been a bear that you saw. At least you would have been positive of what it was that you saw that day. Yeah. Tim Boy says he blocked me from every channel he had the power to. That should tell you all you need to know. Yeah. Patrick Vaughn was abusing his moderator wrench. He was blocking people that didn't need to be blocked, that weren't really trolls, that didn't deserve to be blocked. That's why all the mods got knocked plumb the fuck off the Squatch Talk channel because of that shit. But it really just needed to be Patrick Vaughn because, just needed to be the person that done it, really. Raptor says, I apologize, everyone. I don't hate anybody. I just don't agree with everybody's stories. That's been going on for the past 10 years. Too much Bigfoot on the brain. Squatching Cowboy says, it's a long story, Mr. Lee. It happened down in Louisiana with him and Christy Sci-Fi. Yeah, Christy Sci-Fi has got me blocked. Again, showing her hand. Bullshit. She's in the bullshit camp. I'm sorry, I know a lot of people like her. I don't give a fuck. She's in the bullshit camp. So, whatever. And it's funny, these people block me. They think I can't see what they say. I see what you say. See what you say just fine. You're not hiding from me, blah, blah, blah. Don't actually give a shit what you say, but I can see it just fine. Donald says he blocked me because I questioned his knock bullshit. Yeah, how dare you, Donald? How dare you question his Bigfoot knock equation? Calls it an equation. Team Boy says that's why you don't see him anymore, so you're welcome. Mr. Lee says, Team Boy Patrick Vaughn, moderator on many channels. Did not know that. Team Boy says Sean's channel and Bigfoot Explorer. Which Sean? You're not talking about something to Sasquatch about, are you? Or are you talking about Sean G? Because Sean G is way over there on the clusterfuck bullshit end of the Sasquatch stuff. Like, he's in bed with the dark sewage crew. The D DOS crew. The Vault of Nonsense crew. Oh, yeah. Well, hopefully he isn't anymore. Although Sean hasn't been really, his channel, he hasn't really been doing much over there. So, I don't know. I don't know that it really matters anymore. I mean, he's not having regular shows, not having regular live streams. Donald says, LOL at Timmy Boy. Donald disappeared now? What? Squatch Cowboy says, I've seen Barry Browning is with Dark Sewage now. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Barry tried to get all pissy with me one night on here because I was questioning all the 168 bullshit. And he was taking it way too personal, because he was there, right? Well, Mogs was there too. But there was a bunch of bullshit artists there. You had Carrie, you had Mark Zasky, you had fucking Porky Squatch Man, Christopher Noel, even like, I know people love Mark Abel, I know people love Beast TV and all stuff, but dude, I mean, I've talked about this before. She stole that audio. They helped her hide it on their channel. If these are supposed to be, because what's their name? Beast TV, right? BEAST. Bigfoot evidence analyst, whatever it stands for. Anyway, there's supposed to be these, so we're supposed to take them as some kind of authority on analyzing Bigfoot evidence, including audio, which they talk about a lot over there. And yet they helped her hide the fact that she stole audio. She stole that. They knew. They had to fucking know she stole that audio. And it wasn't hers, and tried to claim it was hers. And then act like, oh, I got my files. No, that doesn't, no. Nobody no. I'm not buying it. That's what they all fall back on, right? Oh, I got some shit. That's what LIB, that's what Long Island Bigfoot tried to do. And that's why we did that thing here, because I want people to know. It's like, look, this dude, he stole that shit. And then he got this other account over here to claim that, oh, no, I made a mistake and I got my files mixed up or whatever, something to that effect. No. He was stealing people's shit and thought he was going to get away with it and not be called out. That's what happened. And it's fuck. Tim Boy says he was on the other day. I saw. Yeah, he was. He hadn't been on for a while. But Raptor says, I found out it wasn't Patrick Vaughn that blocked me on Pat's channel. It was Nikki, and she admitted to it on the other channel. Yeah, she did. Yeah. Well, you were being a little bit much. She said she'd block you again too. Tim Boy says, I don't understand why people are enamored with Dark Waters channel. Are people just there for entertainment or just stupid? It might be a little bit of both. Ain't nothing but bullshit over there. Tallwin says Patrick was never a mod on Sean's channel. He never believed Patrick either. I never believed Patrick, but it's weird dynamics when friendships are involved. Yeah. It was a weird situation. I'm sure, like everybody having to deal with it because, here you are. You have Patrick Vaughn telling this ridiculous story of the cloaked Bigfoot, and yet he's hanging out on the channels that are trying to keep shit real. He's like was he trying to legitimize himself by hanging out on the channels that are trying to keep shit legit, or what? It's just, I'm just glad the shit just finally hit the fan there, and it's over. We don't have to deal with that anymore. Mr. Lee says, Timmy Boy, me neither. Life says, 1 to 9K, there was some kind of possible fallout on Pat's, but I also knew Patrick Vaughn was supposed to start working with the Monster Quest guy. Oh, shit. Yep, welcome to the chat, Brent. I was getting ready to shut her down. Man, 4 hours in on this shit. I wasn't even planning on doing one tonight. Y'all remember the movie Clerks? I'm not even supposed to be here today. Jay says, night, folks, I'm having 50 people over for a pool party tomorrow. Holy shit, dude. Holy shit. Mr. Lee says, Brent for the facts and the truth. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, his ears probably were burning. We were talking about, because Brent, there's someone that came in the chat named Scotty who says he has had a sighting. He never really thought about Sasquatch before, but he's fucking saw a Sasquatch, and so he's trying to sort out, what channels to pay attention to, because there's a lot of bullshit out there. So we were giving him some channels to check out where things stay kind of real, and your channel was one of them. Jay says, you're an animal, or Jay, you are an animal, says Life. Raptor says, AJ, Fritz, I hope you have a good one, but don't be looking at them young girls. They will burn out your retina. What the hell? Timmy Boy says, Then Sean blocked me, which is possible, but he was on Sean's show a lot. Are you sure, Brent? Yeah, I don't remember, but I don't remember who Sean's mods were, so I don't know. Jen says, Night J, enjoy your party. Always. Better be ready. Cowboy says, Jay invited the sweetest girls swim team over. Tallman says, you want a rabbit hole? Look into the Adam Davies portal event. Life says, Jay's got a cake and he's not afraid to jump out of it. Troy's here. Welcome. She said, did you get the other missing show back up? Oh, from last night? Or was it a more recent one? I haven't had one be permanently taken down for quite a while. This one from yesterday, I've challenged it, so I expect them to back down on that and put it back up because it was fair use. It was over the van down by the river clip, of course. Mr. Lee says, Cowboy, I'm good. I'm a good swimmer, just saying. Tim Boy says, no, thanks, Brent. I have enough stuff to do. Tallwin says, Timmy Boy, I think I'm his only mod. Cowboy says, I love to go swimming with bow-legged women. Oh, shit. All right. Well, guess I can take that down. Well, we had no Nikki tonight because Nikki injured her knee and had to go to the hospital. And what people are telling me in the chat is that Squatch DTV wasn't on tonight because Coles is out camping with Joe and Molly. So two Bigfoot shows that would have covered 4 hours tonight. So I guess I kind of filled in. And sorry for the significantly lower quality Bigfoot show tonight. But Nikki and Coles aren't here, so here we go. This is what you get. Life says, Brent block him all the time. Timmy Boy says, well, thank you for the correction. You didn't block me, did you, Brent? I don't think Brent's very prone to blocking people. You probably had to fuck up pretty bad. Well, shiza.
Be sure to subscribe to my channel if you haven't already, because subscribing makes you feel good.
Yep. Do that. Yeah, that shit didn't work at all. Maybe it worked on y'all's end. I didn't see that shit got all jacked up. Life says, Lockbeard, your crossword puzzle sucked. My crossword puzzle? I didn't have a crossword. Well, I was making one, but Nikki didn't have it. I never finished it. I lost it, actually. Tall one says, no, I didn't block anyone. It might have been an accident. I'll have to check his block list. Still can't stand him. Thank you, Mr. Lee. Rap says, do you know if Squatch TV and Joe are going to be on tomorrow night or any of this week or no? Well, Squatch TV should have been on like now. Like 8 to 10. Tomorrow night would be Monday night, so you're looking at Joe, or I'm sorry, Jeff Harding. Probably at 9, but you know, sometimes he doesn't have it at the same time, and I think that's a pretty much. Well, I'm gonna bring up the paranormal TV guide, and I'm probably forgetting something, so hold on just a second. Jen says, Lockbeard holding the line. Yeah. Yeah. Timmy Boy says, I'm off now. I watched it the other day. Tallman says, yeah, I'm glad that we don't have to listen to Patrick Vaughn anymore. Lots of talk, no evidence. When there should be 80% success rate. Come on. Yeah. 80%, man. Oh, you're welcome, Donald. Thanks for coming. Mr. Lee says, Brent, I thought you were best friends with PV. I think it was a situation where PV kept showing up, you know, where Brent's at. And he just kind of has to play nice. Timmy Boy says that's 80% bullcrap. Was hilarious. No one was ever invited out with him after Bigfoot Explorer failed 8 times. Raptor says, really good show tonight. I apologize, everyone. Hope you guys have a great 4th of July and be safe. Without you guys, I can't vent. You can vent here, man. The tall one says, haha, not at all. I was the most outspoken about him behind the scenes, but I didn't want to cause drama with people's friendships. Mr. Lee says, Donald, every time I put your name in dollars come up. Good sign, dude. Tim Boy says, never apologize unless blood spilled, Raptor. Them Klingon rules. Is that what that is? All right. So let's see. Let's see with the paranormal TV guide. Look, if anybody ever has a correction that they know about needing on here, because I don't always get everything in, like, let me know. Like, send me an email. Anyway, if you're not familiar with Paranormal TV Guide, everybody can look at it. It is on my About tab, and it's in the description of every video. So, let's see, Monday night, tomorrow night. Maybe I should zoom in just a little bit more. Hopefully, you guys can see this. So, Monday night, after what I said earlier about beasts of the woods, you guys can imagine I probably do not recommend that channel these days, but it's still a show. It still gets to be on the TV guide. It is 8 p.m. Central Time, Mondays. Conflict Radio is on tomorrow night. Creepy Little Book is at midnight. This is all in Central Time. Fade Black is on 9 p.m. tomorrow night. Gypsy Road's on in the afternoon, 1 p.m. On the KGRADB channel, there's 3 different shows Monday nights. The Producer Show at 5. Meanwhile, Here on Earth at 6. Entity Voices Paranormal Evidence at 8. I don't even know if Mysteries and Monsters is going, but they're supposed to be at 7. Parachicks After Dark on the Parachills channel, 10 p.m. Pine Island Research. He used to be at 7. I think he's switched his time to 9 now. So I may need to make a correction there. Sasquatch Out of the Shadows is on at you can see they're both at the same time. It's at 7 o'clock. And Pine Island, Jeff Harding said that's why he wanted to move his time. He didn't want to be at the same time as Sasquatch Out of Shadows, 7 p.m. Central. Shadows of the Moon, they're 1 p.m. in the afternoon. Something to Sasquatch about, like he used to be Mondays at 8, but he hasn't had a consistent show in a while, so I don't know what his plan is, or if he plans on being on regular again or not. Spaced Out Radio, 11 o'clock every night. Everybody knows that, I think. The Experiencer Support Association channel, lunchtime Q&A at 11. Paranormal Channel Dead Air Show is on at 7. And Spectral Sailors out on at 8. Texas Front Porch, which again, you guys know I do not recommend, but it's there 6:30 Mondays. Horsefly Chronicles Radio, Paranormal Talk, and Angel Rock, all on the UFO Paranormal Channel. Monday nights, there's the times. That's it. A lot of shows. I just don't watch most of them. So I forget them. Repper says, "Oh, Timmy boy, I got you. Be safe. Appreciate that." Donald Fuller says, "Always need money." Yep, we all need some money. Tim Boy says, "Later, guys. You'll be safe. Don't blow your hands off. See you next time." Mr. Lee says, "Donald, sending good vibes to you. It works, man. Telling you, life says I'm working tomorrow, so I better go to bed. Night." Jen says, "Jeff moved his show to after Alex." So yeah, it's at 9 o'clock, right? So yeah. Let me pull that down. So anyway, we've been on over 4 hours. Thank you guys for coming. Tallwin says, "See everyone on the flip side." Thank you guys.